Alright, welcome back everybody. And yeah, I'll try to have Doki's stream up. Probably on my side PC somewhere. It's too bad it's happening at the same time as Ina's FGO stream, otherwise I would actually take the time to watch. But you play Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel? No, I do not, but I know I've watched other people play it. I know it's a gacha. You basically gacha for better cards and such. But no, I don't play it myself. But again, I watch other people play it. I mainly, usually whenever I do watch people play Yu-Gi-Oh, I usually have no idea what the fuck is going on because I've never played Yu-Gi-Oh before. But if I do watch anybody do it, it's probably gonna be Nova Aokami. She's a VTuber with V Reverie. I think she plays Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel a lot. I think Yu-Gi-Oh! And like other TCGs are kind of like her main form of content, which is kind of rare actually, because you don't really see corpo VTubers like focus on like a particular like genre of content, because the vast majority of corpo VTubers or agency VTubers are variety. They don't usually center their focus on, or they don't usually center their content on like one particular genre. But Nova, from what I've been able to tell anyway, a lot of her, at least like half her content or some shit like that is like of her playing Yu-Gi-Oh! So it's like, she really likes TCGs, huh? So I respect it. But no, just to answer your question, I don't actually play Master Duel myself. I'll say, Pocket, welcome back. You gonna watch Ina play FGO? I assume you will. Or maybe we'll just hang out in my stream. We'll just watch her play FGO together or something. Anyways, chat. I did do a single roll at daily login today, and I did actually get Black Swan. I think she showed up on like the 81st pull or something. And thankfully I did win the coin flip, so I'm gonna be grinding a little bit for her. Now that I do have Black Swan, I will try to go for her gacha letcon. However, that will most likely involve me spending money. So I'll probably do that at some point later this week. I'll try to get it on stream so you can watch me suffer on letcon gacha. And JPFGO stream tomorrow. I assume it's in the morning, but let's see. Actually, no, not even tomorrow. It's like 11:30 my time. Okay. I will have this up. I'll have this tab up later. But thanks, Hannah. You see Dakies again. At the moment, I don't need to do any interviews. Actually, I do technically have another interview next Monday, but it's an in-person one, so I have to go into the place that I've been interviewing at for the past like couple of weeks, on and off. So it's not even an interview. I think it was more meant to be like, oh, hey, here's our place, and just get used to the vibes and shit like that. So I mean, if they called me back for 3 interviews back to back to back, then I assume I've got a decent chance here, but. We'll see how that goes. When's Ina's stream? 7 o'clock, so in about an hour. You ever play Grand Summoners? No. Name sounds vaguely familiar. I know of Summoners War, but I think Grand Summoners is maybe a little different. Is Black Swan really worth? She's very strong, from what I've been able to tell, and from what I've seen. I don't think she's necessary, but then again, 5-star characters in general, most of the limited ones anyway, are all freakishly strong in Star Rail. Really, there are actually less reasons to roll for a Black Swan than there are, or there are less reasons to not roll for Black Swan compared to reasons why you should. The 3 main reasons why you shouldn't roll Black Swan is if 1, you already have Kafka, 2, if you're saving for Hanabi, and so you can't afford to roll for Black Swan, or 3, you don't care for DOTs, or you don't care to run DOT teams. And there are counter arguments to all of those 3 arguments. Because 1, if you already have Kafka, why should you roll for Black Swan? Well, it turns out, would it surprise you to know that the 2 of them actually work fantastically together? Apparently. What was the second reason again? Because you're waiting for Hanabi. That actually, there's not really much of counter argument to. If you prefer, if you want Hanabi more than Black Swan, you know you only have enough resources, you only have enough gems and tickets to go for one or the other, then yeah, that's fine. Hanabi's probably the more quote meta pick anyway. So I wouldn't obviously I can't really say anything against that. And then 3, the third argument of you don't like DOT teams. Well, there are achievements in, what is it? Fucking Gold Gears. Maybe not Gold Gears, but Swarm for sure. Where there's an achievement where you clear Swarm 5 with all paths, with all the paths in the game mode, right? And one of them is Nihility. And Nihility path in Simulated Universe and Swarm or whatever is kind of all about DOT teams. So it's it'd be kind of nice if you had some DOT teams to go with that, right? So, but honestly, there's less reasons to not roll for Black Swan than there are reasons to actually roll for her. So yeah. I wanted to ask yesterday, but forgot to. But are you familiar with the Salen situation? Yes, I am. I've been following it quite closely, actually. Also, Ink Guys, thanks so much for the 7-month resub. I don't know if the alert box went off for that. I will put up a test notification anyway, just in case it didn't go off. But there you go. Thanks for the 7-month resub. Much appreciated. Let's see, because I have Black Swan now, I would like to now Go back and farm for the DOT sets. Before that though, I should probably farm some more of this shit. Some more Echoes of War bullshit. The Panakani, we don't have any new weekly bosses from Panakani yet, right? Because otherwise it would show up on our handbook. Like for example, what does yeah, Echo of War. I assume both Misha and Black Swan need the giant ice space bug guy, or the materials we get from him, or the trace materials. Yeah. So, sure, let's beat this guy up. Beat the shit out of him as per usual. DOT teams is like a pyramid scheme with women designed as the with hot women designed as the bait. I mean, I'll raise you one step further. Gacha games in general are fucking Ponzi schemes that take advantage of hot anime women and men designs as the hook to bait people to come play and spend money on fucking, you know, worthless pixels. There are rewards. Oh, that's what I meant. D4, D4NO. Yeah, achievements slash rewards, whatever those are. Yeah, kind of what I meant. You're working 2 hours past 7. Oh, break's over. All right, Gabu, take care. Good luck at work. Things might possibly be looking up for you job-wise. I'm not going to say anything until I actually get the job. Even if I don't get that one, I did find a couple of other options that I could maybe try, so I'm just hoping one of them works out at least. But yeah, I don't wanna get my hopes up. At least not yet. At least not yet. What are we talking about? Just random crap. Just started the stream, so we're just talking about random shit. You play Reverse 1999? If I didn't lose my job last year, I think I would have actually tried it out. I think. Because I think now that Magia Record EN no longer exists, I think Reverse 1999 is the closest game that we have, the closest gacha game we have to FGO in terms of like gameplay, I think. So I would have been willing to try it out just for just to see how it was like, or just to see how it's like. But no, I don't currently play it. Maybe I'll pick it up later when I feel like I'm in a better position to pick up more gacha games. Crit damage, EHR, BE. It's not bad. Do you play Stellar Blade? Not sure. Tentatively, I'm gonna say no for now, but I'm not sure. If they go with the aesthetic that they have for Stellar Blade, then I'm not too interested. I like my weeb anime style, anime art styles a lot more, because I think they're just going with the whole like 3D beautified Korean the Korean like anime style art style. It's probably not even specifically Korean either. It's just that style of art isn't what I prefer. I like my weep shit. Do you like this better than Genshin? Star Rail's endgame for sure, yes. But then again, it's not harder to do that, considering Genshin doesn't even have endgame, other than Abyss, and you know we all know what that's all about. However, overall as a game, no, I would still prefer Genshin. Like you put a gun to my head and tell me to give up either Genshin or Star Rail. I'm giving up Star Rail. I'm keeping Genshin. To start FGO for fun today, any tips you can give as a beginner? Oh god, you start FGO for fun? But as for tips that I can give you as a beginner, well, first of all, I want to let you know that as of yesterday or whenever, thanks to Hannah letting us know in chat from last night, NAFGO is about to get an exclusive new Oberon banner. And Oberon is one of the best characters in the game, or one of the best supports in the game. And FGO runs off of a support meta where support characters, you bring them everywhere to do everything. So, yeah, normally, if we had gone according to schedule, according to the original JP schedule, we wouldn't have seen Oberon come back on raid up for at least another 10 months. Because the second banner ever on the JP server was supposed to be in December this year. So yeah, like 10 months away. However, praise be to Kano Yoshiki, I guess. We're getting a second banner much fucking sooner, in like 4 days. So I would suggest you save all your shit, you save all your Saint Quartz, and try to farm as much Saint Quartz as you can to roll Oberon during the week that he's on raid up, starting in 4 days, from like the 12th to like the 19th or some shit. So yeah, that should be your first priority. Roll for Oberon. But that's more like situational stuff. Obviously, it's more like, you know, privy to recent events going on. In general, as a new player, remember that you now have the ability to raise one character to max level, or to max ascension stage. So use that on whatever 5-star character you know you're going to use the most, because obviously it's most efficient when it's used on them. Remember that you can also choose a free 5-star at some point. I forget exactly when the game allows you to pick your own 5-star. Ideally, you bring Waver, or you pick somebody like Waver, like a support basically, from the free 5-star. However, if you like somehow get lucky and get spooked by Waver or something like that, or you just want to go with a DPS instead, then Saber is always an option. But then again, since JP got their free Saber as a part of 20th anniversary Fate Stay Night, you know, you might want to hold off on that. Though to be fair, I don't know why they didn't give NA the free what is it, the Fate Stay Night 20th anniversary campaign either at the same time. So. But yeah, as a new FGO player, remember that you can, at some point the game allows you to pick your own 5-star from like a limited pool of 5 stars. There's a beginner GSSR banner where you do need to pay for it. However, it is a guaranteed 5-star. Again, it's random. and it's a limited character, so if you're lucky, you can get somebody really good. And the game allows you to max ascend one character once. So make sure you take advantage of those and use them wisely on characters you know you're going to be using a lot in early game. Other than that, we have the Valentine's event going on right now. As long as the Valentine's event itself isn't story locked, which I don't think it is. Maybe you have to clear like Fuyuki or something, but that shouldn't be too hard. Do participate in the events, even if you're a beginner. The events are always the most efficient place to get materials and stuff. And all of the beginning nodes of each event are all very easy, or at least they should be, because they're designed for, you know, newer players or more casual players to hop in and just, you know, get grinding right away, pretty much. That's about the most I can give you for now in terms of like advice. Like starting advice anyway. Anything else I can answer, it's most likely gonna have to be more specific questions that you may have. Genshin endgame content is waiting for the next patch. True. Basically waiting for Abyss cycle to reset every, what, like 2 weeks or so. Oh god. Time to load this one up and see what we get here. Double effect res. I remember, ideally, Black Swan wants a couple rolls into EHR if she wants to max out one of her bonus abilities. Except for some reason, her relics are rolling everything into effect res instead. How curious. And of course, flat attack, because why wouldn't it? What she got Jinglu. I feel like Jinglu is gonna get a rerun at some point soon, because it has been a while since Jinglu's last rerun. Though to be fair, Luocha hasn't been on raid up for a long time either. So I guess that's okay. I would have liked at least one roll from effect res to go into EHR, or actually, ideally, the flat attack go into EHR, but yeah. Excuse me. Attack and break effect. FGO endgame is grinding bond and tapping servants for dialogues in my room. Kick. Still better endgame than Genshin, though. Nice. Gotta roll into it. EHR. Honestly, do I even want to keep, do I even feel like keeping, Wandering Cloud, pieces anymore? Like, for supports, isn't just running something like Speed Set, just way better? Excuse me. Hey, Demo, welcome back. $120 EHR to max out the damage bonus from traces. Yeah. Since I do plan on going for her gacha light cone, she should get a lot from her her gacha light cone. So. Rolling for Eidolons is pain incarnate. I'm not even gonna bother rolling for Eidolons in Star Rail, at least not until I can actually properly afford it. We don't necessarily know the future. I mean, maybe not, but the issue with Wandering Cloud is that its 4-piece set effect is not that great. It was good in the beginning when we didn't have any other options. But yeah, like as a set, like just objectively speaking, its 4-piece set effect is only a one-time effect, because all it does is give your team one extra skill point right when the fight starts. So you can work with four skill points throughout the bat instead of just 3. And like, it's nice. It works in like fights that end in like, you know, 2 turns or whatever. But the issue is for endgame stuff, for like MOC 12, like fights don't end in 2 turns. So, like, starting with the skill point at the start of the fight doesn't really matter as much. Because at least with Speed Set, if I can find my spare Speed Set, speed set, relics, at least this 4-piece effect you can keep using over and over. Right. So whenever a healer uses their ult to like heal the team or whatever, they'll also give the team a speed boost, right? Speed buff, by a 12% speed buff every time they use it. So it's a recurring effect that they can use over and over and over. So it's like, you compare that to whatever the fuck Wandering Cloud gives, and it's like, okay, well, like if you want to make a set that's better than Speed Set, then it's automatically gonna be better than Wandering Cloud too, unless they buff Wandering Cloud set, the like artifact sets in the future, or like relic sets in the future, which I guess could be possible. We just don't have a precedent for that yet. We had this with Genshin where the 120 EM purple set became useful when Dendro showed up, so you know we really just never know. That's different though. And besides, I don't use purple artifacts and 4-star artifacts in Genshin much at all. Like, if you want to go for like a budget build, then sure, go ahead. But first of all, Star Rail doesn't have any exclusive 4-star relics, right? None of those exist in Star Rail. All of the relic sets that exist in Star Rail, they all have a 5-star version. So like, okay, well, if you're gonna talk about 4-star relics, you might as well go for the 5-star one to begin with, because again, there's no exclusive 4-star relic set in this game. Second of all, EM is a core mechanic in Genshin in general, whereas specifically for Wandering Cloud set, this only deals with healers. So you can have a situation where, oh yeah, it turns out that there's a specific 4-star budget artifact set that you legitimately can use now that we have Dendra, because EM is strong. But Elemental Mastery deals with like actual combat mechanics where it helps your characters do more damage. So yeah, it makes sense that that sort of phenomena happened in Genshin. Whereas in this narrow example here of me wondering, you know, if it's worth keeping fucking Wandering Cloud pieces, like, this only deals with healers. And not only that, but ideally in Star Rail, you want your support to do as much shit as possible, so that way you only need to bring one. If you bring 2 healers, that's too much. You lose too much DPS in like an MOC setting. And they've never like revised like entire relic sets on their own either. They've only ever come out with more relic sets that, you know, may supplant or may replace previous ones. I mean, look at what happened with where is it? Look at what happened with these pieces, the dedicated DOT set. Because before, with Kafka, you basically ran her with 4-piece lightning or something else. I don't know what you would run on her. Maybe like double attack sets or some shit like that. I don't know. But as soon as DOT set came out, everybody just ditched lightning set for DOT instead, because DOT just makes a lot more sense. That and electric set in this game is just fucking awful. So yeah, no, I don't think that's the same situation here. Hey, Mad Lad, welcome back. And yeah, thanks for the kind words. Hope you have a good day too. Ugh. It's not a budget set. Alright, but, you know, still EM, and as I mentioned before, it's still a core element. It's a core element of gameplay in Genshin Impact. So again, you can have situations where even the instructor set can become relevant became relevant again in the face of Dendro being introduced to the game. I don't know how you would explain how the fuck this passerby of Wandering Cloud set is ever going to become meta again. Not when we have the speed set in the game already. Like, how would you propose that works? Maybe you don't know. I certainly don't. I just find it very difficult to see how, like, what they can do to, like, somehow make this good. Because, again, objectively speaking, 4-piece Wandering Cloud only does one thing at the very beginning of the game one time. That's it. Whereas, again, with speed set, at the very least, it's 4-piece effect. You can use like multiple times every time your support has every time that whoever's using this set gets their ult, so they can use it over and over and over again instead of just one time at the start of the fight. So it's like, okay, I don't see Wandering set really being used by anybody, not even healers, to be honest. Like, if you want to boost their healing power, it's better you do it through their light cone and then their relic main stats. And then as for their relic sets, you should go for speed or something. Speed or maybe something else. Then again, if it's not speed, then what else would it be anyway? I actually don't even know. I suppose maybe you could run 2-piece, whatever this is, Wandering Cloud, with like 2-piece HP maybe? Because we do have this. Maybe you could just run double 2-piece. Could do that. But eh. Yeah, no, I still don't like that. I still don't like doing that in Star Rail. Star Rail is not like Genshin, where some characters can afford to run double 2-piece. The vast majority of characters in Star Rail would prefer running something like a 4-piece, just because 4-piece sets are typically worth going for. And it's not like you can have an off-piece in Star Rail anyways, so yeah, it's either 4-piece or bust for the vast majority of characters. I guess unless your name is Dr. Ratio. But even then, now that we have Panakini, we have the new, these sets. The Pioneer, Diver, and Dead Waters or some shit. So, like, now that we have this, then yeah, Dr. Ratio probably wants this set now. So there's no point in him running, like, for example, two-piece Imaginary and, like, the 2-piece follow-up set. But to be fair, the follow-up set is still really good on him. This one right here. This game isn't meant for one loadout, in your opinion. I play gacha games significantly differently than most people, or fundamentally differently from most people. Most free-to-plays obviously don't have every character in the game, so yes, you have to make the best out of the characters that you do have. So yes, it's understandable that most players, or not maybe not most, but a lot of players do need to have multiple. It's in their best interest to gear their characters with like multiple sets, because since they don't have a lot of characters, they have to make up for that by, again, making the most out of the characters that they do have. So yes, switching between relic sets for characters depending on what you're trying to do makes absolutely complete sense. That's what you need to do. However, for people who do have a lot of characters at their disposal, they get to play the game differently. Because at that point, if you have options to choose from characters, that means that you only need to run one set per character. Because even if one character doesn't work, then all you would need to do is just switch to another character and try them out and see if they work. And usually it does. Give me a second, my phone's ringing. And in a lot of cases, that shit works. I am in the latter half, like as you can see from my character list here. Unintentional flex, but here we are. Like, I have a lot of very, very strong built characters, so I don't need to have to build multiple relic sets and then like swap them between, swap them in between characters, depending on what I need to do. I can afford to just fucking throw a team into MOC or something and expect them to work. Because most of them should be very well geared out to the point where I don't need to do that. But you are right. For most players, whose accounts don't look like this, yes, it's in their best interest to run multiple relic sets, so that way they give their characters some flexibility to adapt to different game modes and different situations, or even different play styles. Eh. Me personally, at the moment, I'm just gonna get rid of these. I don't really see myself using these, so. I'll keep the double crits with crit ones for no particular reason. But everything else I'll just get rid of. Attack percent. Would have liked that to go into EHR instead. And I still need to look for, I believe, an EHR main body piece and then speed boots. DOT set speed boots, because I don't think I have any left. Oops. You hear, love the subhuman self? Yes, you do. Wow, this roll double crit? What the f... okay. Well, shit. At this point, if it rolls a ton of, crit stats, I could actually probably use this on somebody else. Maybe another win character. Maybe, another, like, DPS win character whenever one comes out in the future. We'll see how it rolls, though. Yep, that's 3 crit damage rolls. Holy fuck. Oh, double crit. Hey, crit rate? Okay. Are we gonna have a penta crit stat roll here? Pog? Pausers? Watching me and Bay at the same time is kind of funny. You have an Australian rat screaming your ass off over the Yakuza games, and then you have me sitting here talking nonsense about gacha games. Dumbass gacha games. The duality of man. Let's see. I know I can get rid of some of my DOT pieces, because these aren't really that great. Such. Also, did the music pause or something? Probably did. Yeah, it did. Alright. Do I want to keep these attack boots? No, not really. Let's see. Body, attack percent. This is actually not bad. I'll keep that one. HP, EHR, BE. I guess the only thing that could possibly make this better is speed, maybe. But considering who is it, Black Swan skills with EHR, it's not exactly what I'm looking for right now. Crit damage, don't care. Alright, let's see what the final one rolls into. Crit damage, yep. Quad, or not a quad. 5 crit damage rolls. Or 5 rolls into crit stats. Shit, we're using this. I don't know who we're using it on, but we're using this on somebody. Can't be Blade though. I think if I use it on Blade, I'm gonna have to find an HP percent rope to use this shit on him. Let me check my Blade real quick. Because he is running 2-piece Rudolent Arena, or he is using Rudolent Arena set. And I don't really want to take that off him. Where is crit stats? Was it 68, 150? Could be better actually, but yeah, and his 1 damage planar is not good. Let me, out of curiosity, let me see if I have any other better ones at the moment. Probably not. I think it's been a while since I last farmed for, what is it? For Rudolent Arena sets. Yeah, I don't have any. Yeah, kind of a hard sell giving that one to Blade, even though its stats are really, really fucking good. Unfortunately. Not only that, but his Rudolent Arena pieces in general just could be a lot better too. I mean, hell, I could try giving him this maybe at least. HP. Oh, this one's good. It has speed and crit rate actually. But yeah, awkward moment where I roll a really, really good wind planar, except I have nobody to use it on. Okay. Sure, I guess. DPS Bronya, Keck. Yeah, DPS Bronya time. E0 DPS Bronya. Let's fucking do it. You got a leader in Nikke today. Hey, congrats on getting the best non-pilgrim character in the game. Have I done comparisons for the new break set for Ruin Mei yet? I did briefly yesterday on stream. I do think that I do want to transition my Ruin Mei over to the new break effect set, because I think that's just going to be a lot better for her than Thief set. Thief set is more for who is it? Thief set is technically more for Pella, because Pella breaks people a lot, and she does it constantly. Because she's got a low-cost ult, relatively low-cost ult, and then she has a lot of ways of getting her energy back. And so her running her with Thief makes a lot of sense, because anytime she breaks enemies, she regains 3 energy back. So she can just keep spamming her ult over and over and over again. Whereas with Ruin Mei doesn't break a lot of people herself. Because again, the only thing that she has in her kit that she actually uses to attack people with is her basic attack, and her basic attack ain't breaking enemies anytime soon, right? Like, if anybody's gonna be breaking any enemies, it's usually gonna be whoever she's supporting, not Ruin Mei herself. So Ruin Mei, if she has Thief set, honestly, her 4-piece set is getting kind of wasted. At least half of it is. Like, she'll still get the extra 16%. From the 4-piece, but she's not going to be able to use the inflicts weakness break. Like, after user breaks an enemy, she gets 3 energy back. Like, this part is kind of like kind of going to waste. Whereas with this, at least with what is it, 4-piece break effect. Like, this makes a little more sense. My concern here is that it's only for 2 turns. If it were for 3 turns, it'd be amazing. But it's only for 2. So I'm thinking, like, okay, so how does that work with Ruin Mei and then her, you know, after she uses her ult for 2 turns afterwards, she's got the 30% break effect. But then once the ult buff here from the Watchmaker set wears off, it's like, okay, so how does that affect her performance during, like, the 1 or 2 turns where she doesn't have that buff, right? In the time that it takes for her to get her ult back. Hey, Pomfin Air, gonna be a YouTube lurker today? Alright. Yeah, no problem. Your OCD compels you to get every single character their own set, or you mauled hard. I mean, I don't think I have OCD, but I do that anyway for all my characters. That's what I've always done. Hey, Abel, welcome back. What'd you miss? You missed me, actually, rolling this piece. This planar piece for my Black Swan. Yeah, this wind damage boost planar that ended up rolling 4 times into crit damage and once into crit rate. So, yeah, this is probably officially my best planar set, the planar piece that I have on my account, because I do not remember... I don't ever remember ever getting a planar piece of any kind that rolled everything into its crit stats and nothing else. So I'm pretty fucking happy with this, let me tell you what. Interesting piece. The funnier thing is that I can't even use this on my Black Swan, because again, she's DOT. What the fuck does she have used for any crit stats for? So I gave this piece to her initially because I had EHR and break effect. I obviously didn't care about the crit rate, except it ended up rolling 4 times in the crit damage. So like, oh well, okay, well, if you insist, then sure, I guess. So like, the irony is that I have nobody to use this on. Like the closest character that I have that I could use this on is Blade, but Blade doesn't want not Panacony. Blade doesn't want the glam set. He wants Rudolent Arena because of his because it synergizes better with him, with this whole basic, with this whole like basic attack and shit like that. So, and it gives him some extra crit rate as well, which is nice. How much speed does my blade? Actually, my blade isn't really that fast to begin with, so I think him losing some speed on his rope won't really hurt him that much. I mean, it shouldn't. Also, where was that one? Yeah, this one right here. Let's see. Yeah, let's try rolling that one. See what we'll see how that turns out. Let's see here. Enhance. Maybe we could use a dead piece somewhere that I'm not using anymore. Let's see. Imaginary damage boost. Yeah, we can get rid of this. This one kind of rolled like ass. So, fuck this shit. Let's see. 112. I guess is okay. Would have been nice if it rolled once into like speed or something, but. Let's see what else I can burn from the DOT set here. We can get rid of this. Fuck that. This one is... Yeah, no, I don't really want that. This one is okay. Effect res and attack percent. I kind of would prefer having it with... what is it? EHR though, so I'm burning that. EHR, BE, sure, we'll keep that one. Attack EHR, that's good. Only speed? Nah. EHR effect res. I'll keep it. See what the fourth roll's like. HP effect res? Nah. Effect res break effect? Nah. Double crit. I don't know what the fuck I'm gonna keep that for, but I will anyway. Oh, look, another double crit. Effect res DOT piece. Keck. HP EHR. Let's see. Okay, one more. Let's see, crit rate effect res? No. It has attack percent. Nah. Okay. Attack percent boots. For follow-up set would have been great if that were speed. Let me tell you what. Speed's got that's got speed right there. HP, no, more speed there. HP, okay. All right, let's see what it rolls into last. Let me guess, it's gonna be more flight HP, huh? Actually, no, it went to attack. I only rolled once in the crit rate. That's kind of... Compare this with what he has now. Let's see. He's losing crit damage for a crit rate, but he's getting more attack percent? Is this even worth it? Because I think crit rate isn't really a concern for him, is the thing. Do I care about... Like, no, I don't care about, I don't really care about trying to give Blade more crit rate. Because he already has base 68, and he's getting another 16 from his HP set, from his orbital set. So, like, what the fuck do I care? Like, losing the crit damage here is actually, I think, a little worse. Like, Like, maybe if this piece rolled like at least twice into speed, then maybe it would be worth it. Because at least that way my blade is getting a little bit more speed with it too. So the trade-off in crit damage is at least somewhat worth it. But nah, not even. Or maybe at least if it rolled more into crit rate, I would consider. But yeah, no. I don't know about that one, Chief. Let's look for another one. Actually, I know I have some HP ones with crit damage here, actually. Crit damage, EHR, BE. Then again, EHR doesn't fucking matter. So honestly, we can try this. At least with the effect raise. At least defense would be somewhat nice. What was the piece that I just fucking rolled? This one? Yeah, this one. Let's attack, HP. Do I want to fucking keep this? But it's HP percent. Who the fuck else wants HP percent? Like, we would have to get another HP percent scaling DPS character for me to even consider this. But like, is the next HP scaling character even gonna want attack stats at all? Because at least Blade wants some. Even though he mainly scales off of HP. Yeah, no, I'm fucking trashing this. Hey, Aizako, how's it going, man? Oh god, this piece is just fucking trash. This piece just fucking yeeted itself into the trash. Hell no. Get that piece of shit out of my sight. Hell fucking no. Get the fuck out of here. Why are you running Rudolent instead of Salsodo? The buff is skill damage, first of all. Because you're using his skill, you're using Blade's skill constantly. Not his skill, his basic attack, sorry. And Rudolent Arena buffs both skill and attack damage. Basic attack damage, that is. This one rolled just as bad, so yeah. It's a good thing I didn't get rid of my Blade's original fucking HP percent rope. Maybe we could go for this. It's not gonna roll crit damage, but. This is for Blade? Yeah, this is for Blade. It's, yeah, a shit ton of BE, yeah. Fuck you. And lastly, we can try to level up this one, see how this one rolls. Also, Omega, thanks for the raid, man. Hope you did well. Or hope you had a good stream today. Wow. Effect res and everything else into attack percent. Thanks, Mihoyo. Alright, I guess we're not touching Blade's shit then for now. If only Genshin finally had some easy re-gearing option. Yeah, like for example, artifact loadouts. I agree. It'd be very nice if both Star Rail and Genshin got something like proper gear loadouts. That'd be very nice, wouldn't it? Here, some people run attack percent orbs on Black Swan. Yeah, because she still scales with attack. Yeah. But I do want to run her with the Wind Planar, though. Try to balance out her stats as much as I can. She does, however, have the same VA as Kaho from Blue Archive. Black Swan? Ooh, no wonder I like her so much. How's my Dr. Reisha? He's okay. Definitely could be better, though. But he's alright. He's, I don't think he's anything special, per se. You appreciate Hoyo adding the number of upgrades? Yeah, like like how they tell you, like, okay, like this artifact rolled like this many times in this one. I noticed that they don't do that for like the fully enhanced relics though. They only do it for relics that are like only partially enhanced. It would be nice if they added the, like kept those numbers for all your relics in Star Rail instead of just the ones that are like partially fucking upgraded and such. At least made a little bit of space for me to farm some more relics later. But because you asked, let me show you my doctor ratio. Actually, I did give him a piece recently that gave him significantly better stats, I think. I forget which one it was. Oh yeah, this one. His headpiece, or whatever the fuck this is. Yeah, no, his headpiece. I got a double crit headpiece here that I think was, I'm pretty sure was a 3-line start. And so I was like, oh, let's try to roll this. And it did, and I think it rolled everything into crit stats. Obviously, since it was a 3-line start, it had to roll EHR, which honestly, obviously isn't bad for Doctor Ratio, because, you know, you can put debuffs on people. But, yeah, no. It rolled all the rest of the rolls went into double crit. So before, my Doctor Ratio was only working with like about a 70-100 CRCD. But now he has 71-125 thanks to this headpiece that I was able to give him. So yeah, that was pretty sick. I can try to find him a better gloves, I think, from follow-up set. But that's assuming that I don't decide to switch his ass over to the new crit set with Panakani. So I can maybe give him try to level up this piece because it has speed, CD, and EHR, all of which are really nice. I kind of don't want to lose crit rate on him though. Is the thing. I don't want to have to sacrifice crit rate though, because if he loses this crit rate, that means that his crit rate is gonna drop down to like 66, 65, and I'm not sure if that's a price that I'm willing to pay. It would depend on how well his stats here for these gloves would roll or would pan out. Like if it rolls like a ton into crit damage and speed, or at least EHR or something, then all right, sure, like we ballin'. But it has to roll into mainly CD and speed, at the very least. Because, yeah, like, if he gets a lot of speed from it, then that's a price that I'm willing to pay. Because right now, I think my Bronya has 133? How much speed does she have? 131, yeah. So she's got 131 speed. My Dr. Ratio only has 128. So if I give him those gloves right here, and they end up rolling like at least once into speed, then that means that he's already faster than my Bronya. Yeah, like if it rolls even one speed, that would be worth it. I think at least one speed, and at least like 2 rolls into crit damage or something. I mean, fuck it, we can try it out now. See what happens. What's the worst that could happen, right? Rolls everything into EHR. I mean, I've seen that shit before. Know what I'm saying? Alright, let's see how it goes. Yeah, no speed. So yeah, no, that was a fucking waste of time. Waste of time and resources. My favorite. See. Let's see if this rolls crit rate. Surely it rolls crit rate, right? Oh, actually, these two pieces are basically the exact same. Actually, I have three pieces that have all the exact same stats in the exact same order. The game must be telling me something. Surely one of these pieces will roll a crit stat, right? Surely. It can't be that shitty, right? Surely clueless. Oh, there's our first one, HP. Let's go with the number 2. Yeah, the voices. Attack percent, that's better, but still no crit stats. That's still better, but still no dice. And then lastly, we'll go for this one. Honestly, I'd rather keep that than... Actually, do I want to keep this one? At least this one has crit damage. This one doesn't have any crit stats at all. So we'll go with that one. And yeah, none of them rolled any crit stats. Cool. Alright, good talk. Thanks, game. Don't know why Hoyo is so against loadouts. That should be an easy gacha implementation. They're just being different for the sake of being different. No, remember, Hoyoverse is in charge of some of the biggest gacha games in the world. You have to understand that they can do literally whatever they want. And so, like, actual gacha, like, actual game quality of life updates, like, updates that are actually, like, player-friendly, they don't have to put them into the game. Matter of fact, what they're probably doing, because we've seen this happen with FGO as well, what they're doing now is most likely, they're just holding those features hostage. And they're only going to put them in later on in the game's life cycle as time goes on. Like, you've seen how slow MiHoYo is in putting in quality of life updates into Genshin, for example, right? Like, we barely got 3 years into the fucking game. We finally got the whole, like, oh, one-tap exploration or expedition reset function, right? Because before, for the past 3 years, if you wanted to send everybody out back on expeditions again, you had to fucking manually, individually make them all, you know, go out on expeditions. And you're telling me 3 years, it took them 3 fucking years to think about, oh yeah, maybe we should add a button where it lets you fucking send out everybody else at once, right? No, they held that shit hostage for 3 years. And then they decided to give it to the players, or then they decided to put it into the game as content. Basically, what this is a tactic that, you know, I'm sure a lot of like live service game studios and companies tend to do. It's called artificial content, or it's artificial content. Trying to look for the proper term to use here. But basically, it's artificial content extension, where you drag out the content for as long as you possibly can, so that way you don't have to deal with it until later. Either that, or you can focus your team and your resources to, like, do other stuff that you think is more important. But yeah, MiHoYo and other companies fucking do this shit all the time, where there are obvious things that they can do to, like, put into the game that, like, on paper at least shouldn't be that hard, but they hold it hostage anyway, so that way they can put it into the game later whenever shit gets a little hairy, or maybe there's not a lot of content going on, so they're like, oh yeah, have this, right? You know, in case of emergency, break glass kind of shit. Doki and Ina streaming at the same time, yeah. So now I get to watch both of them at the same time. Speaking of which, it's almost time. Ina's stream is about to start, so I will be switching gears here very soon. For those of you guys who are here for Star Rail, I was only going to stream Star for a little bit. Ideally, I would have actually liked to get on stream earlier, so that way I had a little bit more time to play Star Rail. Because I did want to farm some pieces using some fuel to try to find my Black Swan some speed boots and an EHR body piece. But yeah, no, we will be switching gears over to FGO. Actually, I'm not going to be playing FGO. We're actually going to watch a big VTuber play FGO, because this particular VTuber, we know from her, you know, before she became a VTuber, we knew she played FGO before. So, as an FGO head myself, I'd like to watch her play through FGO today, because she's apparently going through one of the more famous story chapters. And I want to see what she's got. I want to see if she's got what it takes. Because when Pekora played through FGO like sometime last year, like she was a fucking complete newbie. So like, yeah, she was gonna fucking do all sorts of wacky fucking shit. But Ina, we've known Ina has played FGO before. Apparently she was a huge whale too. On top of that. So I want to know if she actually knows what she's doing, or if she remembers what the fuck she's what the fuck she did back when she used to play FGO a lot. Assuming that she did. Assuming she even, you know, played FGO to any degree, rather than just whale on it, because lots of whales in any game for that matter, not just FGO. A lot of whales tend to just whale and not actually play the game, or you know, not much of it anyway. So yes, I am going to grade her performance. Well, not really grade. I'm just going to judge it. Yeah, rate every move mercilessly. I was watching Wuthering Waves videos today. Game has some potential. It has a lot of potential. Yeah. It's got a lot of momentum behind it too. Like if you watched Wuthering Waves' last closed beta 2 like promo video, the one that got like 4 million views or some shit. Yeah, a lot of people looking at this, because Wuthering Waves will be our first like real competitor to Genshin. And so a lot of eyes are on Wuo right now to see how much of a fight they think that they can put up. So Kuro Game needs to be aware of it. Needs to be aware of the situation. I'm sure they are, and they need to come out of the gate like fucking swinging. And yeah, with CBT2 on the like basically right around the corner, because it should start at the end of the month. Yeah, they got to make the most out of this chance that they got. Hate it when people start sucking corpo dick whenever they release shit like that. To be fair, a lot of them don't really have any perspective, so they don't know any better. And so I'm less harsh on them, because you know I'm not I don't like you know, criticizing people for things that you know they didn't know about. It sounds silly, right? It's just like whenever you see Genshin players compare any anime or like 3D open world anime style game to Genshin, right? Oh, this looks like Genshin. Like every other comment about Wuthering Waves is basically something along the lines of, this looks like Genshin Impact. Oh, this is a Genshin clone. Which it is, but you know, at the same time, a lot of these people have never really played any other game other than Genshin Impact, you know? They certainly have never played any other proper gacha game before, so that's even funnier. But I mean, hey, people like that do exist. Like, we know for a fact that a whole bunch of fucking normies play Genshin Impact, and Genshin Impact is literally the only fucking regular ass game they play, or is the only like fucking video game that they play because they're normies. So yeah, naturally they don't fucking know any better. Forgot about Ina's stream? Ah, then you're just in time. It's about to start in 2 minutes. Let me actually pull up Ina's stream here, actually. Let's pause the Guilty Gear music. Excuse me. Let's see. Ninamae, Inanis, FGO. Yeah, stream starts in a minute. Alrighty. How was my day? It's going good, thank you. It's going alright. Let me change the let me actually turn off the audio for Star Rail real quick. Let's see here. And then we'll switch category over to Fate Grand Order. There we go. I'll pop up Ina's stream on its own. Which scene did I use for this shit again? Was it desktop recording? Yeah, I think it was. Chat box, color source. Where's my alert box? Ah, here it is. Alert box, video capture, there I am. And then browser. We go with this one. Boom. There we go. Okay. We back. Alrighty, we're going to watch Ina play FGO. Hopefully, Cover doesn't fucking bonk me for restreaming Ina's FGO stream. Hopefully that doesn't happen. Yago, please don't copyright my ass. I'm just excited to watch the priestess play play my dumb gacha game. You actually were gonna ask that. Do you think Wuthering Waves might hold a candle to Genshin, especially if they play the card right, like with Nikke? I mean, shit. If they follow the path of Nikke, then sure. It's gonna be very hard for them to do that though, because Nikke fucking leans hard into obviously the sexualization side of it, the Coomer content, basically, if you will. But they do it extremely well, and they don't shy away from that, and that's how they get a lot of people's respect for it. Not only that, but you know, you start playing Nikke more, and you realize that it's not all Coomer bait, and that the Coomer shit was just there is just there to get you starting to play the game, and then have you stick, and then the story and everything else makes you stick with it, so on and so forth. So, but. Yes, Wuthering Waves does have the potential to do that. I would actually have to play the game myself to actually give it a better assessment. But from what we've heard and seen so far, there's a good chance that that they can. And I certainly hope that they're able to put up a good fight, like I said earlier. Yeah, Zelda copied Genshin, by the way. So funny how some people, not too many people, but some people were memeing that Tears of the Kingdom was basically just, you know, a ripoff of Genshin Impact. Total 180 reversal from, you know, fucking 3 years ago. Alright, here we go. I have to raise Ina's volume as well. Just delete the VOD after I'm done. I don't want to do that. Preferably, I'd like to keep I just like to keep the VOD up. I'll just make sure to continue streaming for a little bit longer after Ina's done, so that way Ina can end her stream, and then her VOD can go up first before my stream does. Doki live as well. Yeah, she just went live. There's YouTube AI detecting you on copyright stuff. I've gotten copyrights on a lot of my YouTube VODs before. For like playing copyrighted music. Like basically all of the copyrights I've ever gotten were just, oh, you play like fucking copyrighted stuff, you can't make any money, but we're not gonna actually do anything against your channel proper. Like, at worst, I've played, like, some copyrighted music that, like, some music that, let's say, Sony's copyrighted. And, like, oh, now your VOD can't be seen, like, it can't be watched in, like, you know, so and so many countries. Or some shit like that. But, like, it's never, my YouTube channel's never gotten, like, legit taken down before. Hopefully it doesn't, but I can't imagine why watching a Hololive stream would, you know, get me to do that. Because, like, if you can watch an FGO, like, a proper, like, fucking official FGO stream, without having to worry about getting your ass copyright striked, or copyright struck, past tense, unless, of course, those official FGO streams happen to have, like, I don't know, copyrighted music in them, right? Like anime music, or like, I don't know, unless like you're trying to like restream their either the anniversary, or some people even fucking watch their anniversaries too. I was thinking of their New Year's program, because that shit's actually shown on TV. So yeah, they could probably copyright your ass for something like that, perhaps. But yeah, no, for every other stream, people fucking restream that shit all the time. They don't get bonked. And those are, like I said, official streams. So, like, I don't know. I guess we'll find out. I'll take a bullet here if I need to. Look at her AP chat. Look at her fucking AP. I'm gonna raise my volume here a little bit. The old lobby music, chat. Listen to that.
How's everyone doing today?
The old ass lobby.
I know. It's what happens when you play through a lot of stories.
YouTube doesn't play around with copyrights, right? Hey, as long as all they do is just the usual shit that they've been doing, which is just like, you know, demonetize some of my VODs that play copyrighted shit or whatever. As long as they don't mess with my entire channel itself, I'm fine. So, I'm willing to take a couple bullets here, as long as none of them are too big.
Dinner? Breakfast? Can't be sure. I slept a little late. Isn't late today, so
If WUWA is open world PGR, I mean, essentially, it basically is. So,
you know,
or at least it basically looks that way.
Why is the stream at this hour? Is because our wonderful sponsors, FGO, requested it.
Guy who sent death threats to you, Ishikawa, got 1 year in prison. Should be more. Should be at least 5. Fuck that guy.
I am fine. I am awake.
But
I am definitely not.
at least good to hear that some justice was served.
Am I summoning today? No, today is actually going to be a story-focused.
Yeah, multi-stream time.
Where we play through Camelot. I know the same course look really juicy
The fact that the stream is sponsored. If it wasn't sponsored, they wouldn't be streaming it. Remember, Huni, what you have to remember is that Hololive does not want their talents to stream gacha games. As a general rule. Like, if you've ever wondered why you've never really see Hololive, the Holo Girls ever stream gacha games, I'm pretty sure, I'm like 90% sure that Cover has some like TOS shit where they don't want their talents streaming gacha games. At least not all the time, because they know how popular their talents are. So if any of them stream gacha games, it's gonna naturally attract a whole shit ton of traffic over to whatever game that they're playing. So, Hololive's like, in my opinion, Hololive be like, well, if we're gonna have our gacha, if we're gonna let our talents stream gacha games, it better be like a sponsored stream, so at least we're getting something out of it.
I think that's actually like the
Camelot stream, yeah.
That was supposed to be the week.
Who is Yui Ishikawa Yui? She's a very famous voice actress. You'll know her from voicing the JP Trailblazer in Star Rail. And Chlorine and Genshin.
Sponsor. My oh my, it's that.
Can you turn Ina up? Unfortunately, this is as far as my volume goes. I know that my stream volume itself is rather low, so all I can say is just turn your volume up on your end.
Chocolate Tree and the Goddess's Choice is now open until February 14th, 1959 PST. That is 7:59 for those of you who can't read 24-hour clock. This event can be participated by clearing Singularity F, which is the very, very first chapter of FGO. So even those who have just started FGO can participate. Wow. And there's a page 2. There you go. This is an annual event. It's one of my favorite events in FGO. Gotta grind all the chocolate, but you know, it's always fun.
Don't think Pekura's Grand Blue Fantasy Guild Wars stream is sponsored. I don't know actually. I didn't watch that. I don't know how recent that was. Maybe it was recent. I'm not sure. That's why I said I'm 90% sure, because there's a small chance that what I'm saying is complete BS anyway. However, like there's definitely something in Hololive's like VTuber contract or whatever the fuck. Even if it's not like a written contract, there's definitely like an unspoken rule where like the Holler girls are not supposed to stream gacha games, at least not often. So like even if even if like the girls can do like non-sponsored gacha streams, it's definitely not very often that they can do that.
5-star SSR. Oh my goodness, what happened to my throat? I am fine, I drink water. Not clear, aka Bazette, is now available. Bazette, not Baguette, is now available in a limited time summon. Don't miss out on this one too. Oh, lovely. And those of you who are, I guess, more familiar with the Fate Type Moon franchise, you would be more familiar with her. So
look at the old lobby background feel. So I'm sure it is for Ina too, because I'm sure Ina was caught up with the content back when she was playing JP. Then again, though, it's been so long that she's last played FGO. I'm sure that like it might not be that weird to her, honestly. Cause like Ina Hollow Myth or Hollow Ian Gen 1 came out in fucking 2020. So like it's been about almost 3.5 years.
Yeah, we're gonna play through the story.
So like 3.5 years ago, assuming she was still playing JPFGO all the way up until she became a VTuber, which that's probably not she probably dropped FGO for a while even before she became a VTuber, let's be honest. So like I don't know. It could be that it's been like 4 years since she's last touched like FGO in like a serious way. Perhaps.
You know what I did? I used to just, you know, what should I say?
But even then, because FGO JP is 8 years old by this point, 8.5 years old almost.
It was a very slow way to read the story.
Yeah.
But
it still would have been like year 4 into FGO's life cycle anyway. So.
Really works.
Unexpected stream. Yeah, because Ina just announced that she was doing the stream, I think yesterday, so it was definitely a very recent announcement.
For Camelot. Maybe there's stuff that I missed that I couldn't understand properly. You never know. Yeah.
They implemented it because of the Coco drama and the Muse Dash one? No, I don't think so. Those are separate, those are separate, occurrences. The Muse Dash incident, I actually don't know, the details about that. Unless you're just talking about, like, the whole, like copyright, like the game permit, drama that happened back when Mio first got her ass, copyright struck by, like, Capcom, for example.
The thing is, this is a very.
You want to know how people are into VTubers? Not gonna lie, you don't get it.
USA
I mean, to me, it's easy. They're just they're
So,
streamers just like us.
I'm not
But
familiar
instead of seeing somebody IRL through a
with the
webcam,
actual
you just
servers,
replace
but I'll
them
do
with
my best
a
to do
cute
my
anime girl.
How can I?
Like
How
to me, it's not that complicated.
They're gonna find out I'm just a berserker monkey. After all this time.
362. What Saint Courts? They gave her a starter pack. I mean, yeah, it is sponsored, so not surprising.
Try my best.
Muse Dash the rhythm game? I assume so, yeah.
What's the difference between a lent account and a normal account? Basically, the fresh account that I have right now is basically the same, but it does not have the same amount of servants and time put into it. I mean, I'm pretty sure if I had my JP account on the end, I would breeze through much of everything. You know, we're gonna try. You know, from the New Year's summons, we got Musashi and Yorogamash. So I'm sure we'll be able to.
Yeah, if only there were account transfers between JP and NA, right?
Alright, we're going into Camelot. Are you guys ready?
She said back in her sponsor stream with Crony back in like New Year's that she'll play FGO Story in February. Yeah, but she didn't give an exact date now, did
Are
she?
you guys ready?
Just that she'll do it in February.
Maybe I can
And so,
recreate
you know,
everything
that
down.
could mean anywhere from that could mean on any day, right?
Okay, here we go.
Like if she wanted to, she could be like, "Oh, I'm just going to go start playing FGO Story on like February 29th." And that'd technically be February, right? She wouldn't be wrong, or it wouldn't be
Intense
wrong.
music. So that's why I've awakened him. You understand the situation, don't you? Of course I understand. We have no way of knowing what has become of the world. How's the audio, by the way?
If I were a cute anime PNG.
Audio good? Okay. However, that which I must accomplish is still here in my hand.
Actually, now that I think about it, since we're listening to her go through Camelot,
The whole treaty, all of which have worn out during your long exile.
I wonder if Camelot actually has any
Very well.
copyrighted
I
music.
shall grant a sinner's promise. Know that
Eh,
this is your one
It
life.
doesn't matter. I don't give a fuck.
But let's be
Is
perfectly
Ina's main NA or a second account? No, this is a fresh account. She said.
You will die.
This is a sponsored account that was given to her by
Your soul
Aniplex. I'm pretty sure.
exhausted, ousted from the cycle of reincarnation, your existence will fall into the void. The void.
Hollow needs a
These
big
souls
snake.
strive
What do you
for
mean, like a
the
big snake VTuber or whatever?
I put strength in my broken knees. I moved my left arm, now as thin as a twig. He is right. I am nothing but ash. I can barely lift a finger with this exhausted body. I hardly have any soul left either. I've burned it all as fuel to move my broken body. And my mind, it's worn out just like my body and soul. I no longer have any of it. Not the mind. Nay, that alone shall not be the case. My mind, my will.
Oh, as in like an actual like snake VTuber? Okay.
I see. So you've decided to take a stand. Then take this.
Camelot is the first difficulty spike for a lot of people. Yes.
The place you will travel to is hypothetical. The place is standing. Place standing at the edge of the world where traveling is striving to be perfected.
Where we got Oros. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, Crony's pet snake.
You shall face the sin you've committed.
Best girl Oros.
Even so, Soredemo! The light in that hand shall never dwindle. Why, you ask? Because. When I came to my senses, I was
Chat. Look at that tablet resolution.
What was I reading a book to you about?
The fucking blue bars, chat, on the top and the top and bottom. Gee, chat, I wonder what device Ina's playing on.
No, it would be arrogant to call this a journey. It's like I've been wandering around all of this time. As I wandered, I saw numerous worlds. Some worlds were beautiful, others ugly. Yet, I've never known a hell like this. It brings to mind. I can read. I can read. Oh, it brings to mind my own impoverished home. Reading out loud is hard, okay?
Yep, the
This is why I
cinematic
really
fucking
didn't
blue
like
bars,
reading
bro.
out loud in class. I'm just like, my eyes read like 2 sentences ahead. But isn't that the bitter thought compared to what I am witnessing? My homeland could be considered quite prosperous. I see. So this is the end of the journey that I was granted. I take a step onto the sandy earth. No matter what, I must sacrifice. This time, I will. This time for sure. I will kill my king with my own hands. Dun, dun, dun. Ah, a familiar sound. I woke up at the same time again today. I checked my temperature. I checked my 5 senses. I said my name out loud, Ina, so I could understand it objectively.
Playing on a Samsung refrigerator. At this point, smart fridges could probably run tablet games now.
Anyways, focus up, Ina. Hello, nice to meet you. Summon experiment number 2. Oh, no, that won't do. Starting today, I should call you by your proper name. Don't worry, I've stopped the recording.
Skyrim first.
Hello, my kitty. I'm Roman.
How would you even play Skyrim on a touchscreen
From now on,
though?
I'll be your primary physician.
Well, I'm sure some people will figure
Is
out
it
how.
alright if I take a seat here? Since that was I am not nervous. I can read. Ina, you can read. My words and actions. No doctor has ever entered this room before.
What is Xena playing? Camelot. She just started.
Oh, is that right? To be able to convey your feelings even through glass. Chaldea is very advanced indeed.
That's their problem. Todd's duty is to get it on there first. True.
But I'm
Yeah.
quite an amateur. I can't have a proper conversation unless I talk.
Have him whisper us sweet little lies and, you know, tell us that, you know, it just works.
Think or feel. I want you to tell me all kinds of things. Communication is the best way to achieve mutual understanding. You can acquire far more information and feel someone else's warmth, right? Is that right? I see, I nodded. Indeed, more information can be acquired this way than through glass.
Streamception, yep.
Someone speaks, their gaze, temperature, scent, mannerisms, all things I've never experienced before. If such interactions are deemed human-like, for the first time, I responded in a human-like fashion, fine. Agreeing to his proposal. Hello, and nice to meet you, Dr. Romani. Oh, about that. I don't like the name Romani, see? And the name Archman is a bit pretentious. I'd like you to call me Roman. Roman. Dr. Roman. Sounds good, huh? I know the word Roman may stand for romanticism. It means to observe the world not by reason or logic, but to observe it spiritually, subjectively.
I do kind of wonder how long it's going to take Ina to go through Camelot, because obviously she's not going to be able to go through it all in one day.
It is the philosophy of imagining a good future, the sense of fulfillment when living one's own life. unlike my allotted period of activation, which is a detailed and efficient schedule. Perhaps the hopeful observation that tomorrow holds many possibilities is what the world is trying to express. Oh my, that's quite a serious opinion you've got there. You sound like a senpai character from a Japanese comic. Oh, but that should be okay. You've been in Chaldea a lot longer than I have, so that will make you the senpai. Mashu, the senpai? It's rather pathetic actually, although I'm the head of the medical department. For the longest time, I didn't even know this section existed. I'm truly sorry.
Oh, actually, what I can do, I just noticed, I can boost the desktop audio on my stream at least. So that you guys can hear Ina through my stream a little bit easier.
And kohai are similar to that of teacher and student. However, I have yet to learn a single thing from the doctor. Since my knowledge was input from Shiba, that would make Shiba my senpai in terms of knowledge. And so, when it comes to knowledge and information within Chaldea, I am the kohai.
More like where she'll finish the stream. Doubt should do the whole thing. As in like, did you mean to say like more like when she'll finish the stream? Or as in like, do you doubt that she's going to ever actually finish Camelot? Because if this is sponsored, then she'll finish Camelot. Yeah. Because Peck could have finished both Camelot and Babylonia, I believe, right? So, like, if this were Ina just wanted to be, oh, I'm just going to play through FGO just because, haha, you know, then yeah, I would highly doubt that she'd bring herself to, like, actually be able to stream Camelot every day until she finished the story. But this is a sponsored stream, so this is different. So yeah, like because it's sponsored, I actually do think Ina will finish Camelot, but again, I do wonder like on average how long will each stream be? Like will she stream it every day? Like how often she's gonna stream FGO until she at least finishes Camelot?
The doctor's words left a really strong impression on me. A senpai that I could truly rely on.
Should be sponsored. I mean, it literally says sponsored down here. Sponsored by FGO English. I actually don't even know what the hashtag PR even means, or what that hashtag is even used for.
All right then. Once again, nice to meet you, Mash. Mash? Mash. Let's try to make this a lasting relationship. Sure, I answered. I'm a designer baby created for experimental purposes. Therefore, my lifestyle.
She'll stream like maybe an hour or two. Yeah, I don't expect the stream to go for that long. Yeah, like maybe an hour or two at a time. I think the sponsor stream is just for the preview. I don't think so. But we'll see, because it says number 1. She's titled her this first Camelot stream number 1 here. So that implies that, yeah, there will be number 2, and a number 3 if that's needed, and so on and so forth. But I guess with her second FGO stream, we'll see if that video as well says, or that stream as well says, you know, sponsored by FGO English, whatever, blah, blah, blah.
Research facility for the Mages Association for the
Public relations? Jesus, that sounds like a fucking hella corpo term if I've ever heard one.
I always say aminosphere, but it's animosphere. In the name of safeguarding humanity's future, they carried out numerous unethical experiments. Namely, fusing a heroic spirit and a human, the demi-servant experiment. As you must know yourself, despite being used as familiars, heroic spirits are superhuman entities. They could even kill their masters
any moose spear.
You could hardly call them safe weapons. As such, the previous director looked for a more reliable way to harness their power. Normally, you would use relics related
Dr.
to
Roman might have died for this. Careful, spoilers. You want to see her do some roles? That's probably unlikely, because she's probably not getting sponsored to do gacha roles.
Children possessing not only magical circuits,
So, I'm not sure if we're gonna see her do gacha in FGO today, or even ever. Because yeah, like gacha is not the focus of these sponsored streams, unfortunately. Yeah, she most likely won't.
Insemination in Chaldea. That was over 10 years ago, at the turn of the 21st century. That was also how Mashi was born. Anyway,
I like how
several
Ina
years
still
after
calls
Mashi's
Mash,
death, he conducted a fusion
Mashu.
experiment. In terms
The
of
JP
being created,
dies
you could
hard,
say
I
she's
guess.
similar to a homunculus.
The
However,
JP habits are
fundamentally,
too
she's
strong.
just a human with excellent magical circuits. Please make no mistake about that. I'm also sure Mashi doesn't want Ina to.
She did in her last stream with Crony and pull her own C. Yes, because she was sponsored to roll the gacha specifically. Because it wasn't a story stream, it was a straight promotion stream. So yes, them doing roles there made more sense. But here, where she's specifically reading through Camelot, I'm not too sure. Not only that, but this is also a sponsored stream. This is a sponsored account as well. It's not necessarily hers. So, like, I don't know how much Ina cares to do gacha roles on an account that's not even hers.
It must have been a noble heroic spirit. They didn't want to acknowledge Chaldea's, the previous director's action.
Magi Mari's VTuber competitor? Well, Ina's not the only one, to be fair.
Therefore, I will not leave, nor will I awake.
And she already said no at the start, no gacha. Okay, then, well, you know. There you go, then.
But at the same time proved how unethical those fusions can be. Even when they're anti-heroes, heroic spirits reject being fused.
Hey, Wondier, how's it going, man?
And so the fusion experiments were aborted, and a year later, the previous director was found dead in his office. It was ruled a suicide based on the circumstances. Marie came here after that. The rest is exactly as you imagine. I somehow got Marie's permission to add Mashu to the staff. Even if her heroic spirit never awakened, her capacity as a master is first class. I thought to myself, I won't let this precious resource go to waste. Initially, Marie was scared. Of course, who can blame her? First, the father she idolized.
Doing good, watching Fate streams while you progress FGO story. It's funny that you're going through story right now because right now we're watching a Hololive VTuber named Ina play through Camelot herself as a because this is a sponsored stream. So so I'm kind of doing the same thing. Kind of.
Since she was already so worried, it was only natural that she was scared of Mashu. But she's so soft, Mashu's soft. Mashu is going to take revenge on me. She will viciously kill me in the restroom. Why wouldn't she? Mari would scream about that endlessly. However, even as she was consumed by fear, she never once turned her back.
Good old Olga Murray.
That was her charm. She was so serious about everything, she would never do anything immoral, no matter how much she hated it.
Camelot is on what you're on right now? Alright. Perfect timing then. Though I'm sure you're obviously ahead of where Ina is, because she literally just started like 10 minutes ago, so.
The magical circuits any mage would dream of, her body was too pure. Having been raised in a sterilized room, her body couldn't adapt to the outside world.
She said, you remember she said she's just gonna stream a bit at a time occasionally. I mean, yeah, obviously. Considering Ina and her schedule, so.
What makes Mashu different from
not exactly surprised by that.
Lifespan has been predetermined.
Just left the Egyptian dude. Oh, okay, I should know where you're at. You're like a third of the way through, I think. Yeah. So yeah, watching this stream shouldn't be any spoilers because you've already gone through this.
Her physical body won't age any more than it already has.
You had to spend 400 New Zealand dollars on rolling Bazette just to get only one copy. Your friend who started yesterday rolled her with a single ticket pull. Yep, beginner's luck. It happens all the time.
And you're fine with that, Doctor? Of course I worry about her and want to help her. I'm not heartless. Oh, heart? Stop, Ina. This is a sponsored thing. But when it comes to her life...
Ina's trying very hard not to spoil chat.
Sure, her life has a definite end.
Jumping the gun a little bit there, Ina. Careful. Don't want to piss off Aniplex there don't want to piss off Aniplex now, do you?
Humans cannot escape from the fear of death. Sorry, I'll get
maybe like 3 or 4, maybe here limited in the stream. Yeah, perhaps. Yeah, we'll see how far she wants to go.
The A-team.
You actually already know a decent amount of spoilers, just don't know what happens in between the big events. Oh, okay, I see. Just like me. Yeah. Which is why I don't really mind getting like FGO spoilers, because even if I know what specific like big occurrences, like the big plot points of like future stories, like you still want to know all the context, because even spoilers don't like give you the entire context. Like sure, again, they'll just reveal to you like some of the big plot points, like, oh, this happened, but you don't know how it happened. And that's just as important as what happened. So yeah, I'm kind of in the same boat.
That must be the reason she can function in the outside world.
So yeah, even if like an FGO story gets spoiled for me, I still read through it anyway, because you know that gives me all the context for like what I got spoiled for. So like at that point it's like whatever. I don't really care.
Becoming a demi-servant, Musashi acquired a more durable body. Even so,
and knowing that didn't cheapen at all, that way you feel like you liked it more that way. Yeah, Zolan, I kind of get it too. Yeah, because oftentimes because of how complicated FGO stories can be, if you have absolutely no knowledge of something of any of the chapters going into them, and you read through it once, sometimes like it's cool, but like sometimes you won't really understand everything that happened exactly, so you have to go back and read it through it again. And like sometimes if you already get spoiled, then and you go into there with that context, then everything just makes sense very smoothly. You're like, oh, so that's what happened, or like, oh, that's why this happened. And you don't have to go read through the entire story again a second time just to be able to like you know, remember shit. Because if you already know what all the like the big shit that happened, and you can kind of see the clues that were embedded in the chapter to begin with as you're reading through. You're like, oh, that's why they said this. That's why they said that. To be fair, that's not how a lot of people read through stories. Obviously, ideally, you shouldn't be spoiled, right? But you know, me personally, I'm sure a couple of you guys are like that too, where it's like, even when we get spoiled, it doesn't really matter too much, because you know, like that's fine.
So I'd like you to not be overly
spoilers don't mean much as a forgetful person. True, actually. You can't spoil me if I'm just gonna forget it tomorrow, or if I'm just gonna forget it in 30 minutes.
Of course, Doc.
I am immune to the tricks of the internet.
You saw a movie for the first time.
If, for example, LB6 servant spoilers told us nothing about what actually happens, yeah, exactly. Like with no context to them, like you don't know what that means. Like,
no, I'm not okay, but it's for the best.
So, oh yeah, oh, there's the Queen of England is fucking Morgan or some shit. Okay, cool, whatever.
Coming from romance. Da Vinci.
Will I react to JP live stream tomorrow, since I said I'll be reviewing JP servants? Yeah, sure, we can do that. It'll be a little bit of a later stream though, because the FGO stream tomorrow starts at what, like 11:30 at night, my time. So, we'll see.
I was planning to tell Ina everything I knew about Musashi myself. But it looks like you managed to do that. Thank goodness. You've handled
you just thought you did think about just watching all the cutscenes on YouTube, but eventually decided to actually playing through the events important enough to grab the game. I think that if you just want to play, if you just wanted to read FGO story, and you know where to look, Yeah, there's nothing
I'm
wrong
not
with
that naive, you know.
reading through it. To be fair,
I think I know what
I
must
will say that
what
some
I
like
must do in a
important
conflict
story
that I
fights,
might do something
like
I'm not
important
supposed to
story
do from
quests
time
when
to
you
time.
actually go in and play the game, and like fight
Anyway,
people.
let's talk about Mashi as our secret.
There are some cutscenes where you will
Make
miss out
sure
on
he
those
doesn't
if you
find them,
only
no
read
matter
through
what.
FGO
And
like
besides,
like dialogue like this, visual novel
humanity
style.
itself ends up showing up,
But
showing us the right
usually you
path.
can just you'll be able to know
Perhaps
everything
there's a
that's going
reward
on
at
just
the end of
from
that path.
dialogue like this.
A reward that would easily
But
extend Mashi's physical lifespan, or something.
yeah,
like
appreciate you playing through FGO for the full experience
that. Now
regardless.
that's something the Holy Grail could be used for, I suppose.
The cost of
Maybe
Clairvoyance
it'll make
EX.
you
I mean,
not
Clairvoyance
so alone.
EX is all about
Maybe
spoilers
you
to
can
begin
defeat
with,
him
so
without all seven
it only
of
makes sense.
If
We are
had
one
just
with the
one
spoilers.
voice there,
The
it could
pain
ease
of
it
spoilers
much.
will not harm
It's
us.
not too much to ask for a happy ending like that, right?
We were born in the spoilers, molded by the spoilers.
Yeah, if that's possible, I wonder how. Ooh,
This sign can't stop me because I can't read.
sorry, I'm late. Light now attending the briefing 27 minutes late. So you all seem to be having a good time chatting. Is something going on? Mashu, are you feeling okay? Hey, you shouldn't be running around yet. You need to be getting lots of rest now, Mashu. Oh my, these two are hopeless, I see.
Hello, chat. What chapter is this? This is Camelot. Ina is playing through Camelot.
Doctor? Weren't you chatting?
And she just started, like, I don't know,
these two are
15,
just
20 minutes ago.
worries. Look how flustered they are because you passed out the one time. Oh, right, that. I'm sorry for making you all worried.
So yeah, this is still the
It was
prologue.
such a long battle, and a war no less. Seems like my body sustained more damage than usual. But as you can see, I've recovered now, so there's no problem. I've gained experience,
Clairvoyance
so that will
EX
come
with
in
short-term
handy
memory loss debuff is great.
next time.
They cancel out each other.
Yes, the staff mentioned that they found
FGO
spoilers
NA
for the
players
sixth
only know
singularity.
spoilers.
If I'm
Exactly.
mistaken. Oh my, should I have enforced
And we're proud of it, damn
The
it.
command room staff is so careless. But it's like you said,
Seeing
Master,
old Da Vinci is
Master
kind of
Eden
wacky. Yeah,
is
it's kind of
faithful to the
surreal, right?
sixth singularity.
I mean, hey, I don't mind. I
Master
like big
Eden
titty
uses the
Da
Holy
Vinci
Grail.
myself.
Do either of you have any objections? Objections! Do we get to eat lunch before?
7 weeks of FGO. Most likely she'll be finished with
No
Babylonia by then. I do hope she actually plays through Babylonia, though.
Me neither. I will obey you, Master. No, don't call me Master.
Because, I mean, that's what Pecora did, so...
As you can see,
Is she doing only a bit of story? Is she going to continue the story in later streams? I hope she continues it. I mean, that's kind of implied here, because if you look at the stream title over on Ina, on Ina's stream, it says #1. I know that my chat box is kind of hiding her stream title right now, but it does say #1. So, yeah, it's kind of implied that she will be continuing Camelot until it's done.
The end of the Crusades.
You want to see your JP account? Yeah, I'm actually curious to know what her JP account looks like. Obviously, she'll never show it, because, you know. But yeah, apparently Ina was a huge whale back in her time, too, so... I'm kind of curious to see how much exactly, how big of a whale she was back in her prime.
But the results from Sheba was
The Pecora Morgan incident. Oh right, when she was rolling for Morgan.
No observation could be carried out. Do you understand?
Doubt she's able to attempt all the time. Yeah, for sure. No. Yeah, Solomon would be hella spoilers.
There were times when
Yeah, Pecora couldn't do the Solomon chapter either. So yeah, Ina definitely can't.
Doesn't exist on the surface of Chaldea. That section alone is hollowed out completely. That's right. This is unprecedented. The sixth
Back in the day, she's still not aware. She can't play FGO as often. She's become too busy.
All race shifts until now have been battles against Solomon's holy grails. Each threatened to disturb its...
Remember, Ina is a very prolific artist that who gets hired by Japanese and Chinese corpos all the time to do art for them.
If
on top of working on, I'm sure, her own personal projects. And she's a VTuber as well. So she straight up doesn't have the time.
Brain, read slowly. Thus, the foundation of humanity's evaluation of the 16.
Not unless Lazingo amends the rules to allow Lost Spell content, which they will not do.
Once again,
Not anytime soon, anyway.
From Chaldea. We have no idea what's going on. Are you still willing to go with Mashu, Ina? Of course. All right then. Let's begin the
Her JP count is probably even bigger than yours, I bet. I'm willing to make that bet.
As usual, Da Vinci and I will be in the command room.
I'm willing to make that bet. Like, Ina and her prime versus me and my prime. Like, all the way up until, like, last year where I stopped going for MP5 all servants. Yeah, man, I'm willing to take that bet. I want to see how much she's farmed.
Unprecedented foundation of humanity X.
Yeah, I'm willing to take that bet. Let's fucking go.
It's not because you're bored, right?
You always wondered, is model intentionally pulling from foreigner servants? Foreigner servant aesthetics? Yeah, NACO has already answered. Ina's artist is literally the dude who designed like the first three, like most of the foreigners in the game.
Idiots! I never gave you the go-ahead.
And if you want to take it a few steps further, Oro Crony of Hollow Council, now called Hollow Promise, or basically Hollow EN Gen 2, is drawn by Wada Arco, who's drawn a ton of FGO servants, and is the main artist for like the Fate Extra series. Fate Extra and then Fate Extella, for that matter.
I don't think I can stop you. You are the ideal support for these two. Right.
Most of the Hollow EN artists actually have done something for FGO to varying degrees. Like a lot of them actually have drawn craft essences for FGO at some point.
Basically, it's still 13th century Jerusalem. Jerusalem draws people of many faiths. The battlefield will almost certainly be in the city. And if that's the case, I can do my part.
You would love if Crony reacted to Nero. You don't need to imagine, she already has. Better yet, there's some fan art out there of Crony and Nero with their outfits swapped, so they're wearing each other's dresses. If you know where to look.
Looks like Masha can communicate with Foe in some way. After all, Ina, we may be out of our element, but our game plan hasn't changed. Find what's causing this disruption in that era and retrieve it, or destroy it. I don't think Solomon will be around to get...
Atlas made changes with their Persona games. Why not Los Angeles? Because Persona is not a gacha game.
Understood.
And Los Angeles is way more uptight about their fucking lore.
Finally, I'm a member of the Grand Order team in search of the Holy Grail. I'm getting so fired up. Alright, Doctor. See you again in the command room. Thank you for all your concern. Right. Go on then, Masha. Whatever you do, make a journey you won't regret.
Yeah, Sana was drawn by Paco.
Spiritron conversion start. Ray shift starting in 3, 2, 1. All procedures cleared. Grand order commencing operation.
Oh, finally, we're starting Camelot proper. And that's the opening prologue.
Camelot. I think the audio is a little slower than what I'm hearing for some reason.
And FGO is their only cash cow, pretty much, yeah. Even back when they were even back when Delightworks was still running FGO, like Delightworks tried using their success with FGO to start managing other games too, but that kind of fell through pretty fucking hard when they failed with that Sakura Tyson game.
Wait, audio is definitely
the one that I think Hosho Marin was really looking forward
I
to,
could fix it,
and probably did some work
but audio
for
might be wonky
herself.
sometimes. I couldn't figure it
So
out.
yeah, that fucking
Mhm.
flopped.
Like,
And now
maybe
that the
it's better
Lightworks
to
is
have
gone
kind
and
of
the
funky
old
audio
team is
versus
the original
audio.
team is still here, just under a new name called Los Angeles, and you know, with them having fucking staff shortages, staff shortage problems out the ass. Yeah, hell no, they're not making another game anytime soon. They already got their hands full just managing this one.
Okay, give it a second. I'm gonna mute this for a second, and then I'm gonna do.
This is the first story you didn't skip. Yeah, makes sense. Cause yeah, Camelot is the
Ending
first
here, right?
the first good story chapter of FGO. So yeah, logic checks
It seems
out.
fine most of the time. So okay, let's go. Whew. Our first battle. Should we bring?
I should actually have like the battles
I
like
think we should bring the Vinci.
pulled
I mean,
up.
it's the first battle, right? It shouldn't be that hard.
Let's see here.
It's for the story.
Pull it up on the side here. Event list.
This is my team so far.
Camelot main quest. Oh, excuse me. Main quest Camelot.
I mean, it shouldn't be that hard. Welcomed by the
There we go.
sand. So
Hey,
there
Big
you
Titty
have it.
Sanso.
Thank you for everything, fellows of the round table.
Actually, who did Enid take for her support? Actually,
Dot, dot, dot. Huh? Why is everyone looking so serious all of a sudden? Did I say something wrong? All I said was, I'm getting bored of this town, so I'm taking my leave, right? Dot, dot, dot. Of course. In other words, I can never say their name. You just announced that you were breaking away from us. Why does it have to be like that? I have no intention of becoming your enemy. I mean, I only meant to make a brief stop here, you see. I'm on my way back to Tianzhu, and I have to get home. And what
they
I'm
failed with
saying is that
Magia
we
Record,
cannot believe that.
EN as well. Magia Record wasn't managed by the Lightworks now, was it? That was Aniplex.
You're already a servant, meaning there's no point for you to repeat actions taken when you were alive.
She took
No
Da Vinci.
reason, no
Oh, did she just take a story
responsibility to get back
support?
home. In fact, your home doesn't even exist in this
Guess that
world.
makes sense. I don't know if she's gonna be allowed to even take
So
like
please
like
enlighten me.
friend
Where
supports.
exactly
She'll
do
probably
you
be limited to just whatever the story campaign
Oh, come
support
on, it's
is,
nothing
unless of course there
serious
isn't
like
one
that. I'm
available.
simply following the Lord. My purpose is to go home. I'm a monk whose worth is in the steps I've spent on my journey.
It's like Final Fantasy
I could
14
really
story
ruin
doesn't get
that
interesting
time.
till later. I mean, you just summarized
I do
basically
find
like
this city amazing.
99% of
It's peaceful,
gacha game
prosperous,
stories in a
beautiful,
nutshell.
and no one is hungry. I'm sure that this is what people mean when they speak of utopias. Thank you very much. It makes us proud to hear you say that. For that very reason, Lady Sanzan, I must ask you, is staying in this castle not an option? Thank you, Gawain. I love how chivalrous you are to women. But please let it go.
Chivalrous
This is
are
just
you
who I
are
am.
to women specifically. What do you mean by
I'm
that?
going to start off by going to the desert.
Now,
Oh,
what do you
I'm
mean
taking
by that,
Toto with me,
Sanzo?
all right? Now then, thank you for everything you've done for me. Bye bye, ciao, jian. And there she goes. How unfortunate. That woman was truly like the sun. Her presence alone lit up the whole place. Really? I actually feel relieved. Never liked her. So, what you gonna do, Agravain? You know no one is supposed to leave the castle without
Any
father.
parts worth unmuting for
Isn't that one of
FGO,
the
or
rules
what do
of
you
this
mean?
round
As
table?
in like
Besides,
like
she's a pain in
Ina's
the
stream
ass.
going on right now, or
I
what else?
agree
What
with
do you mean by
Margaret.
that?
However, the king
Hey,
has already
Hinemakura, welcome
granted
back.
approval. That no one shall stop Senzang if she says she is going to
Bellabog
leave the
arc
castle.
was
Gotta be
Kino
kidding.
though.
It's such a perfect chance
In
to
Star
tell me
Rail,
that.
I mean, the big ass fucking
Oh, well,
robot fight and the
that
fight
desert
against
is
Kokoya
ruthless.
was
She
cool
will
and all,
survive by herself.
but
Don't you agree, Tris?
that was basically the only
Hey,
parts of it
go
that I
that
actually
way,
liked.
bastard!
Or that were actually like
Pardon
worthy
me,
of
I
like,
wasn't
you know,
asleep, by the way.
like that were
Let's
actually
continue our
noteworthy.
conversation.
Everything else about Bellabog was kind of like,
Also, if you wish to have a conversation about women, you should talk to Lancelot instead. Ah, how very sad indeed. He is the one.
we obviously play the game without sound.
Sir Aggravating.
There
I
are
suggest
some
that-
battles that have fantastic soundtracks. But to be fair, none of them really stand out to me. FGO kind of has a problem with like Genshin does, where FGO soundtrack is mainly like monochromatic, like it's mainly just like orchestrals and shit.
Yes,
I think there are some events that are kind of different, but
that's all. When the foreign stars shines, the bond of
like some event music is really good. Like for example, I remember during what like Gouda, I want to say Gouda either 2 or 3. I forget which one it was. Probably Gouda 3. It was the event where we first get Okita Altar. I forget if that's Gouda 1 or Gouda 2 or Gouda 3. Probably Gouda 3. That event's like standard battle music, that shit was really cool. Well, that soundtrack was really nice.
The burden of protecting humanity is surely heavy.
Oh, was he talking about like character voices? Yeah, no, FGO story is not voiced. So, unless you want to just listen to like the soundtrack, no, you don't have to worry about like missing out on like character voices at all. There are some scenes that are voiced, but those only come up later in like Lost Belt. When FGO like starts to like ramp up its story presentation and shit like that. But yeah, no, not until then.
Sorry. Is that understood, O brave knights of the Round Table? I expect true loyalty from all of you.
You already know there's no voice dialogue? Okay. Yeah, I mean, you've already been playing through it anyways, so yeah. Please add voice acting to the game. I mean, at this point, they can't really. Like, the reason why they're not including voice story is because more of a legacy thing.
I wish I can just do this with Fool's voice the entire way. My eyes! My eyes! This can't be Jerusalem. There are sandstorms everywhere. Master, Da Vinci, please get behind that boulder. Another gust is coming. Ah, my eyes! Okay, behind those mysterious bulls, right? Wow, this is as big as Dragon King. Anyways, should you get in touch with Roman? You better be working on an apology for this kind of miscalculation. The communication with Chaldea is unstable. I'm sure the doctor is working on resolving it. This sort of thing always happens. Nothing we can do. Precisely, Master.
I just turned up Hachama's and Shiori's stream right now. Why does Hachama have a chainsaw to make a rainbow burger? Why does Shiori have a knife? What's she doing with the knife? Better put that down, young lady.
This era. If this is a different era, then give me a minute. Let me run over some data. Fool! Fool! Fool's going wild too. Master, it's a hostile life form. Something is emerging from the sandstorm.
Imagine Kawasumi Ayaka having to voice multiple characters for FGO per month. Yeah, and especially at her age too.
Okay, leave it to me. Let me show your omnipotence, my universal wisdom.
FGO's Valentine's voice lines already take up so much storage. Yeah, no kidding.
Think of it this way. The ultimate beauty remains even in the sandstorm. Be dazzled by the secret weapon of the universally gorgeous secretary.
You wish more Western gacha players played FGO?
Okay.
Yeah, man. Oh, she's finally getting into a battle. Let's see how well she plays. See how much of it she remembers. Well, first of all, she brought Musashi against archers. So I don't know what the fuck she was doing there, but All right. She didn't start with Waver's defense skills here. That's kind of a mistake. Because, yeah, now the fucking gazers will do massive damage to everyone.
Okay, we'll be fine. We'll totally be fine.
Yeah, now she uses it.
This was a mistake. Not the archers. Wait, do I even have...
She should probably use Da Vinci's NP here. Use both Da Vinci skills, and blast both of them. Probably would have been better if she had used Waver's attack buff as well. I mean, she should use Waver's attack buff here, to be honest. Kiyohime, huh? Well, with this, she could use Kyo's NP as well, if there are assassins later. Yeah. So what she could do is she could use Waver skills on Kyo, and then try to DPS down the archers with Kyo, and then save Da Vinci's MP for a second wave, which is against assassins. But she didn't do that, so.
Okay, we can look at...
You should offer to give her your friend code. I mean, assuming they even know who the fuck I am. Let's see, MP4. Yeah, that didn't do too much. I don't think she used the Waver's attack buff either. So, yeah, that didn't do a lot of damage. Still decent. That was a crit at least.
Ah, there we go.
Yeah. The issue here, though, is that Kiyohime doesn't have Waver's defense buff. I think she has a defense buff of her own, but it's not going to be enough. It would be much better if Kiyohime actually had Waver's defense buff, too. Like, she should have seen what she was up against and immediately plug-suited Kyo for... plug-suited Musashi for Kiyohime instead immediately. At least here she's using a full Buster Brave Chain. Doesn't Kiyohime have a Buster buff anyway? Why didn't she use that? Like, she'll kill the first Gazer, I think, yeah. I mean, this should be enough because Buster Brave Chains are pretty good.
Yeah, doing okay, surely.
Yeah, so I guess it didn't really matter. But... like, she should try to have her Kyo survive as long as possible, and pop all of her buffs basically. But she's not paying attention to her skills.
Okay, assassin.
Also, she should use Da Vinci's Buster card last, cause you know, caster advantage.
Okay.
Still hasn't used DVR second skill. Remember that DVR second skill gives her HP over time, HP regen and MP charge regen, or NP regen, and she still hasn't touched it yet.
So we'll be able to last one more turn before they do the strong attacks.
Yeah, still no Kiyohime skills, by the way. I think she's considering using Plug Suit Stun. Yeah, there it goes. Smart, to be fair.
We're gonna have to save.
Because she can kill the first Soul Eater, and then yeah, the second Soul Eater won't be able to act.
Okay.
Did she do an AAB? An Arts Buster? Yeah, that was not good.
Okay.
And she's using Waver's NP. I mean, she kind of has to be fair. Because ideally, you don't want the Soul Eater to MP, or to use his ultimate. And she got very lucky. It stunned the she won the stun coin flip. So at least it can't do any damage.
Wait, I never really used
Yeah, she's never really used her Da Vinci second skill, so she has no idea what it does.
Oh.
Yes, now she's realized, oh wait, yeah, I should have used this from the beginning.
I know, Overchain,
Yeah, she should have been like, she's like, oh yeah, I should have used this skill. This skill is actually pretty good. Is she playing on a fresh account? This is a sponsored account, so yes, it basically is. Like, she has some characters leveled, but it's not amazing, I don't think.
You know what? I still have servants. I think I should be fine, right? Right?
Like, so Soul Eater, he has Waver's defense debuff. If she used Waver's attack, has she used Waver's attack buff once? I don't think so, right? And actually, even if she did have Waver's attack buff, she support Da Vinci is only level 65. So, I don't know if that would have even killed to begin with.
Okay, I won the 1 in 3.
Okay, no, she did use Waver's attack, but okay, that's my bad. I didn't notice that.
Used heal, so I like. Okay, this is
Soul Eater gives itself like a hit-based evade, not turn-based. So ideally, she uses Kiyohime Brave Chain here. Pop all of Kiyohime's skills, and then use Kiyo Brave Chain.
So,
She did it on wave 2? Okay, I must have missed it, or I must have just forgotten about it. VTuber and tunnel vision moment always going hand in hand. To be fair, I always make mistakes whenever I play FGO too. I just try not to make as many of them, or if I do, I at least recognize the mistakes that I do make. Yeah, FGO is such a complicated game in combat, and so many choices that you have to make that, yeah, it's hard to play optimally. Like, even experienced players like me and Honaka, we always make mistakes. We always second guess ourselves about like what the best choice what course of action is best to take.
okay,
It ain't this game is not easy. At least in terms of like playing it at like a quote high level. Like knowing everything that you can do. Oh, this is easy. Just use a Musashi Brave Chain here.
Okay.
Musashi is level 90. Her stats should just straight up carry her. So she ideally just does what BAQ. So she can generate crit stars, I think. There we go. Yeah, especially with that crit. Oh, she used Musashi's fucking first skill though. I guess it doesn't matter if she just MPs the last guy down. Yeah, this dude. I guess it doesn't really matter. Well, this is an MP1 Musashi we're talking about, I think. Because, yeah, her MP is capped at 100. I think it should still be okay, because she can use Plug Suit buff. Yeah, she can use Plug Suit buff. Waver's attack buff, because she has it back again. And Musashi's Buster buff. She should be fine here. Like, she didn't even need to use Da Vinci's MP here, because she has 100% on Musashi's Buster card. And not only that, but Musashi also has Waver's crit buff. So yeah, this is easy. This is done deal. Which is why when people it pisses you off whenever people on Twitter say FGO's gameplay is bad. Yeah, but can you blame them? FGO doesn't teach them shit. It makes perfect sense why people think FGO's gameplay is bad, because the game doesn't fucking teach them anything. Like, FGO's gameplay, it looks simple, but you have no idea what the fuck you're doing. It looks weird, because, like, you have to choose, like, cards? Like, what the fuck is that? FGO's gameplay is super unintuitive. You have no idea what you're doing, and the game doesn't teach you shit. So, yeah, that sort of combination of gameplay, you know, qualities, if you can even call it that. And no wonder so many people look at FGO and be like, ew, you know. Like, ew, FGO gameplay. So can you fucking blame them? Wow, that did not kill. Okay, that's kind of surprising. I'm guessing that her waiver skills are not leveled at all.
Okay, we'll just finish this.
But yeah, no, that should do it at least. Is a stun? Yeah, she used her stun already on one of the soul eaters from the what is it? Nope. One of the soul eaters on wave 2. It's wild, JP only just now got a more detailed list of servant attributes. Yeah, and by the way, L-dubs, and for just anybody in either my Twitch or YouTube chat right now, FGO still does not tell you exactly what values your servant skills have. By the way, just wanted to let you guys know that. Matter of fact, the only skills that display any sort of value at all are your servant's append skills. Because guess what? Those are universal.
First section though. The casters and zerkers. Do I bring someone's rider? I mean, oh.
It has an older gameplay, but older players rarely need to use it. To be fair, you know, there is truth to that. Because, yeah, now that we have servants like fucking Oberon, Quiet Sky, Light, yeah, right? It's like, oh, yeah, you know, challenge quest, oh, yeah, here's another fucking 3-turn, you know, 3-turn Oberon double Quiet Sky setup. Yeah, oh, hey, Malusian, here you go. Here's another challenge quest for you to absolutely fucking shit on again. However, even then, I would be willing to guess that a lot of like veteran players still don't know exactly what they're doing.
Thank you.
Like you take away their double coin Sky Oberon setups and you tell them to play the game actually for real, and they'll just fucking crumble.
Out loud. I think it's a little too long. Well, today was a good way to kind of see how the pacing will go for the other streams. So, good.
Your favorite mistake is when you spend 15 minutes overcomplicating a turn when all you need to do is just, you know, haha, press big red button. Sometimes it works. Yep. Sometimes it do be like that.
It was a nice
Melusian is a fucking cheap button. Honestly, she is. Like, legit she is. Even her single target form, her base form instead of her AoE NP, even her single target form is fucking unfair. Because single target arts NP, that gives her an MP damage, MP generation rate buff before she attacks. Like, how fucking loaded is she?
I'll do Fool's voice though. Ooh, ooh. I shall voice act Foe. That's the least I can do. It's a powerful one.
Do you even hate bringing Merlin to story fights because he feels like you're cheating with him? I mean, there was a reason why Merlin was considered the OG broken ass support back in the day. I still remember the good old days. Oh, that was quick. She actually went straight into the second fight. Okay, yeah, these are all berserkers. Yeah, she's kind of in trouble. Okay, good. Yeah, she's gonna turn 1 Ryoma NP. This should kill both of them actually, yeah, because this is a fully grailed Ryoma that she's using. Shoutouts to Paco. Yeah, this should get rid of both of them at once. Both of the fucking chimeras, both the chimeras. The third one's still gonna go 3 times though, so she has to worry about whether or not they're gonna crit like twice in a row or some shit. And again, she didn't use waivers as defense buff. So again, that's a mistake. Regular attack, regular attack. Okay, so no crits. So she got pretty lucky there.
Man, Papa Paco does such a great job.
Holy Giga Chad, Grail Ryoma.
So good.
The good thing about FGO is that you'll find at least one person out there if you look hard enough, someone who's grailed some random ass character out there.
Oh, okay.
Good crit. But yeah, she tried building Ryoma's MP, but she didn't expect Musashi to crit. Can happen sometimes. Okay, so now ideally she wants to build up Ryoma's MP, and yeah, unfortunately she didn't do that with Musashi, or she didn't do that last turn because Musashi just ended up critting critting the Berserker or the Chimera to death. Should have had Ryoma's Buster card on Anchor instead of Musashi Ryoma Musashi.
Okay.
Ideally, actually, I think she wants to use Musashi's first skill for the double hit to get Musashi's MP gain up way further up. But she didn't do that either. Okay, she can use Waver's attack buff now. And she should have Ryoma's MP. Maybe she wants to wait another turn. Because one more turn and Ryoma's skills will all come back off cooldown. Also, why did she use Musashi's first skill now? Very strange. Archer Helena is beyond useless. I've used Archer Helena for a couple of setups because at least she has, I believe, a 30% battery. Actually, does she even have a battery? I don't even fucking know. But I have used her for as an Archer wave clear. But yeah, it's kind of hard to use to have a reason to use Archer Helena anywhere. Let's see what kind of chain she uses. If she wants to go for damage, she goes for Buster, B, Ryoma, and PA. This is like one of the early tests to see if you know what you're doing. If you want to go for max damage. Because most people just kind of do fucking NP Arts B or some shit like that. Let's see if Ina actually knows what she's doing. Which, so far, judging from her gameplay, I'm not very confident in, but, you know, we'll see. What will you pick, Ina of the sponsored FGO stream? Oh, she has 20% party? Okay. Sounds about right.
You will not win this time, Buster Unga Bunga. You will not win.
300,000 HP Sphinx is a rude wake up. I mean, to be fair, she does have a fully a level 100 Ryoma that she's got locked and loaded. So this should do a lot of damage. And I believe Ryoma is fully buffed out too. Oh yeah, she has no idea what she's doing. Yup, the classic mistake. The fucking classic mistake. NP Arts crit Buster crit. See, chat? You can have one of the biggest whales in FGO, still have no fucking clue what she's doing. To be fair, even if she did Buster crit Arts NP Arts crit, even if she went for max damage, I don't know if that would have still killed. But to be fair, but I actually, will this be enough? Dude, this is only MP1. MP1 Musashi, MP1 5-star servants typically only do like, I don't know, like 30k damage? Maybe 40k? They don't do a lot of damage. But we'll see. If she gets crits, then this dude is dead, but... Let's see. So it did 54k. Yeah, no, it didn't crit. It didn't kill. She didn't get a crit. Waver's dead, but he did his job, so that's fine. Someone in chat was saying MP should be last for max damage. Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. Oh hell no.
Finish the job, Musashi. Okay, she finished.
Oh hell no. Slow animation page. I mean, I'm sure it's on purpose just to showcase the game, so I don't mind it, obviously. Do Buster MP still give the extra damage to the rest of the cards? Say if you did Buster MP random card Buster card. Yes, L-dubs, they do. If you set an MP as first, then whatever the color of the MP does still influence the rest of the chain. However, if you have a Buster chain with a Buster MP, the Buster MP's damage does not increase. That's a very common misconception among like casual FGO players. Is that, oh, if I do a Buster NP, Buster chain, then it'll increase the damage of my MP too. No, it doesn't. That doesn't apply. But the lead-off, the lead-off bonus of the Buster MP, that still applies. What's next? MPs can crit? I'm sure somebody will try saying that, I'm sure.
Found source of water. Water very important in the desert.
Always waiver. Yep, 07 waiver.
Rest too, right?
07 waiver.
Water sounds really good right now.
Quick MP advantage. Yep, exactly. Hey, look, the updated rewards screen. Nice to see that they did it for they updated it retroactively for all the older chapters too. Ina thinks she has the mighty brave chain. Even if she knew that, then I don't think so. Cause at least with the Musashi, not the Musashi, the Ryoma brave chain that she used in the beginning, right? That didn't have a quick guard. So she wasn't even able to use a mighty chain there anyway.
How does it feel like to be a noob again? I'm scared. Honestly, if no one was watching, I'd be like, oh,
What free quests unlock as you were doing story? Yeah, Pump Meter. No.
It's okay. You know what?
The good old days, chat. The good old days when as soon as you cleared one story node, you could just immediately start farming free quests if you wanted. No. Look at how they massacred our free quests, chat. Look at how they look at what they took from us. I feel old. Stop.
The Valentine's event going on right now.
And of course the promo. Do attack buffs buff NPs or only skills that specifically say they do? General attack buffs buff everything, Windier. Yeah. If you have a skill that gives you the attack buff icon, so for example, charisma or like any skill that specifically says increases the user's attack. Anytime you have an attack buff, it buffs everything. All your card damage, your extra attacks, and your NPs. Everything about a servant's damage, any damage that they do, attack buffs buff. So yes, attack buffs are universal damage buffs.
You cannot get them regularly, so if you want, we'll have to roll right now. Yes. Sponsored taco. But thank you very much again, FGO, for sponsoring the stream.
What does the overcharge effect do? In FGO, every single NP in the game has an overcharge effect attached to it. It's basically a bonus effect that all MPs have. And depending on the MP, it does different things.
It's been so long actually since I originally played through it that.
But how exactly the overcharge mechanic works goes like this. Typically, usually, if you wanna increase the overcharge level on an MP, normally the easiest way to do that is just to chain two MPs together. You wait until two of your servants have their MPs ready to go and you use them back to back. If you use one MP and then you break it up with a regular face card and then you use the other MP, you won't have an MP chain.
I guess the prologue took a little a little longer than I thought. I thought I was.
So if you
gonna
want to
go a lot
increase,
longer.
if you want to set an MP
We'll
chain,
see.
you use 2
Just
MPs
so
together,
I'll just voice that full
one
for
after
the
the other
rest
in
of
succession.
the
What that
singularity
does
of the world.
is it creates, like I said, an
Thank you.
MP chain.
Hope you guys
That
have a
MP chain,
wonderful
what
rest
that
of the
does
morning,
is it
afternoon,
increases the
evening.
overcharge level of the
I will see
second
you
NP
guys
by 1.
next
So your first MP will have overcharge level 1.
time. Bye-bye.
Oh, is this where she's ending? Okay, I guess this was a pretty short stream. Anyways, let me full cam this because it seems like she's ending. As we have Ina making phone noise as she's leaving here. That's actually kind of a short stream. I guess it's better for me. I thought she was gonna go for longer, but I guess she really doesn't want to take this like bits and pieces at a time. I guess we'll see when her next FGO stream is though. But yeah, let me finish my whole overcharge explanation thing for the dude in chat. So yeah, like I said earlier, the MP chains increase the overcharge level of subsequent MPs in the chain. So, for example, if you have 3 MPs already, if all 3 of your servants in your front line are ready to go, right? They all have their MPs ready to go, and you use them all at once. Your first MP will typically be OC1 if they're not at 200%. If they're below 200%, it'll be OC1. Your next NP, the second one, will go to OC2 again if it's below 200% at 200% charge. And then finally, your third MP will be overcharge 3 again if they're at less than 200% charge. Things get weird when you have servants who have more than 200% charge, and that's possible if your servants are above MP1. If they're only MP1, they cannot get more than 100% charge. However, starting with MP2, all servants in the game have access to 200% gauge, so they can go over 100%. And then only at MP5, the final MP level, can servants break the 200% barrier and go all the way up to 300% instead. And so when you have servants who have more than 200% charge, things get weird because, okay, how do you do that? So how that works is at 200%, NPs automatically become OC level 2, OC2, overcharge level 2. Right? So let's bring back that triple NP example again. If your starting NP is already at 200% or higher, then they start automatically at OC2. However, the second MP, if the second MP is not at 200% yet, or it's still below 200%, it's still OC2 because again it starts at OC1, but then it's getting a free overcharge level because it's second in the MP chain. The only way it can go to OC3 is if the second MP is if your MP is both at 200% charge or higher, and it's second in the MP chain. So if you apply that logic, that means that the reason why every single MP in the game has up to 500% up to 500% scaling or overcharge level 5 scaling, even though you almost never see it, is because there can be situations where you can have your entire front line all with MPs loaded, and then you can have one servant who's MP5 at 300% charge, fully loaded. And so if you use that NP last in a triple MP chain, that's how you get OC5. The only way to get OC5. I mean, manually. And then there are some servants and CE effects out there that just give you free extra overcharge upgrades. Because, that's just what they do. That would be an easier way to do it, honestly. Like, for example, we have that demonic Bodhisattva 5-star permanent C that automatically increases the user's MP overcharge level by 2 for their first time using their MP for that fight. Morgan has an overcharge level buff on her NP. So ideally you use Morgan's MP first, so that way she buffs the other MPs behind her in that same MP chain. And that's oftentimes actually very useful. Hey KSL, how are you doing, man? Sponsor streams don't go longer than an hour. I guess that makes sense. Yeah, now that you pointed out, maybe I should have seen that coming. But yeah, that's a good point actually. So that's why the Salen defense of Castoria having OC activate without Morgan OC activate without a washout. I think you meant to say without Morgan MP or Reigns. Yeah, exactly. So if you don't have Morgan or Reigns or whoever or anybody else who can just straight up buff overcharge level by themselves with like a skill or something, yeah, that's how you would get more true invul stacks, by just putting Castoria's MP later in a chain. If you do that, though, the problem with that is that if you do that, that means that Castoria's NP will not give the attack buff to your DPS NP. So ideally, right, in a DPS optimal situation, in a damage optimal situation, you always want to use Castoria's MP first. But again, the problem with that is that if you use Castoria's MP first, then you only get one stack of true invul. Which means if you want more, that means you have to use it second. But that means you have to sacrifice the attack buff on Castoria's NP in favor of the extra stacks of true invul. So ideally, you use Castoria's NP in a situation where you can put like another support MP before it, kind of. But that's also kind of weird because normally in an arts team with Castoria, you want to run Tamamo Castoria, and you always want to use Tamamo's MP last because Tamamo's MP gives MP charge, and more MP charge the higher OC level it is. So that's going to be awkward anyway. However, like if you do need the extra true invul stacks, then you got to do what you got to do, right? Yeah, usually Tamamo's MP should be last, but sometimes you don't really have a choice. If you need the true invul stacks right now, because like somebody's gonna blow their MP all over your faces, then yeah, like you don't really have a choice at that point. You have to use Castoria's MP like second or third. The one situation where you actually want to use Castoria's MP second after Tamamo's is if you know Tamamo's MP will give Castoria enough charge to hit the next OC level. Like say for example your Castoria is at like 175% or something, right? And so like if she gets the extra 25% from Tamamo's Tamamo's NP overcharge, that means she hits 200%, and now you get now you're not only getting Castoria to 200%, but also because her MP is second, it's automatically upgrading from OC2 to OC3. So that way you get 3 stacks of true invul on everybody, and that's obviously very good. People really do sleep on the power of Tamamo Castoria. Tamamo Castoria is the best arts pair in the game. They just complement each other so fucking well. Yeah, but yeah, for some reason people don't really see that, or people don't really talk about it very much, which is very weird to me. But people thought 3 or 4 years ago, people thought Castoria was going to replace Tamamo, which was fucking retarded, fucking brain dead takes. But then again, we are talking about a community whose game literally doesn't teach them shit about itself. So what the fuck did you expect? Yeah, because Tamamo doesn't have a battery, guys. She's so dead, bro. That's kind of shit you gotta think about in FGO. Yeah, FGO is a very complicated game. At least if you want to play it optimally. If you're just playing it casually, then most of the shit don't even fucking matter most of the time. Especially now that you have characters like fucking Oberon and Coin Sky at Light and shit. So, yeah. Most of the time it doesn't matter, but... They don't, cause not looping for fun. If you're talking about Tamamo not having skills that give charge, then yeah, obviously Tamamo was never meant for arts looping. Like those OG Tamamo the Tamacaster like arts looping teams back in the day. Remember the OG team with the Tamamo Nero Saber, well, both the 4-star and 5-star sabers. Nero Bride and like Surfdrid, like that team was a complete accident. We just kind of discovered that, hey, like, there's this team that you can actually fucking, you know, loop with, so to say. You know? Like, hey, check this shit out. Like, you can actually make Surfdrid fucking go 3 times in a row. Like, this is pretty cool. But no, Tomo Caster was never never intended to support farming teams. It's just that we had a couple of arts teams back in the day, before Castori came out, where when Castori did come up, people were like, oh my god, Tomo's dead. I mean, the most hilarious part is that most of those people, I'm willing to bet, never even fucking used Tomo arts farming to begin with before Castori ever came out. So, you know, fuck them, fuck their shitty opinions. Command seals used to exist. I mean, they still do. If you have Tam fighting Coin Sky Beast in story as a joke, it's reason enough. The first Coin Sky Beast fight in I think Lost Belt 4 or whenever it was, that fight was super easy. But then the second fight in Tunguska, that was not as easy. Like, I tried doing a Tomo solo. I don't think it's possible, even with my 120 Tama caster, because like, you need to get rid of debuffs. And unfortunately, Koyanskaya, in Tunguska anyway, Koyanskaya Beast just puts way too many debuffs on you, and Tama can't possibly remove them all on her own, even with all of the debuff removing CCs. And not only that, but the enemies the ads that Beast Koyanskaya summons to fucking mess with you, they have some buffs that they have some like on attack buffs or some shit. Or like on hit buffs where like some of their effects are really troublesome. They're really fucking annoying to deal with. This goes to say Delightworks back then didn't know what they were doing. Yeah, I mean, yeah, at least back then they have Lazingo has a much better idea now. But yeah, like OG FGO, yeah, hell no. I mean, we know that FGO in the beginning was just designed to be a fucking cash grab game. You know, just fucking piggyback off the Fate IP and just make a quick buck, pretty much. And then they realized, oh, wait a minute, we got a lot of people playing our game. Maybe we shouldn't just kill it off anytime. We shouldn't kill it off, you know? Make a little bit more money. Imagine that, chat. Following a guide on YouTube for all the chests and Panakini, you're scrapping every bit of jade for Hanabi. Hey, yep, you gotta do what you gotta do. Anyways, I think what I'll do is allow me to pull up Ina's stream again here. Let me pull up another browser here. Pull up YouTube. Nino, my Inanis. Yeah. So let's pull up her FGO stream again. Go back to desktop recording. Pull up browser properties. Let's see. Where is Chrome? Oh god, I have to fucking refresh this shit again. Because I now have to look for my Chrome browser. Back to full cam. Back to desktop recording. Excuse me. Oops, that is not the right one. See here.
Ah, here it is. Finally recognize the window. Command spells still do if you have a skill issue and click the wrong button during farming, or yeah, or something fucks up during your farming. Yep, that's how you use your command spells. Okay, chat. So let's break down Ina's gameplay in more detail. Now that her stream's done, and we can break down her gameplay piece by piece. Oh, that's the start. Okay. So, I'll try to, like, snip this out or, like, cut this out for YouTube purposes and put it up on my, my YouTube channel. Because, I, have always been interested in, like, seeing how actually Ina plays FGO. We've known that Ina, at least, you know, before she was a VTuber, was a big fat whale, Leviathan, even, perhaps, in FGO. And we knew she played FGO pretty religiously, at least at a certain point. Except, obviously, I don't know how much she plays FGO nowadays. But this is the first time we're seeing Ina actually play FGO. So I'm actually kind of interested in seeing how she plays, to see how much of the game she actually knows. Because it would be very impressive if Ina actually knows how to play FGO, because not many people do. So that's why I'm doing this video, in order to figure that out. So let's take a look then here. So just for some context, this is from a sponsored stream that Ina did, I think yesterday, assuming that I clip out this video from my stream today and put it up tomorrow on my YouTube channel. So yeah, it'll have been yesterday that Ina did a sponsored Camelot stream. So this is the very first fight, because she just started from the beginning of Camelot. Very first fight. Up against the 2 Gazers on wave 1, 2 Soul Eaters on wave 2, and then an Camelot enforcement knight on wave 3, a single one. So I think she decided to go with the story Vinci, which is kind of weird because in the second fight, she goes to a friend's a fully of Grail, a level 100 Ryoma, Sakamoto Ryoma. So it's kind of weird that she decided to take a story Da Vinci for some reason. But, you know, we'll work with it. In any case, yeah. So she starts with Musashi. I believe she's MP1, Waver, and Da Vinci. Right? So she starts here. First things first, I will be backseating. Natural, of course. What else did you expect for a video like this? First things first, if you have Waver, you immediately start with Waver defense buff. Especially here, because she realized that she's bringing Musashi, who's a saber, against archers. So that's bad. She probably should have seen that coming. Though obviously she's not fucking staring at like the wiki right now as she plays, so that's excusable, naturally. So she recognizes her mistake later, but maybe I'm getting a little ahead of myself here. But she does recognize her mistake later, and she does swap out Musashi, but she doesn't do it right away. If she's gonna do that, she should have done it immediately. Pull out Musashi with Plug Suit and replace her with Kiyohime, is I think who she replaces here later. She should have done that immediately as soon as she saw that she's up against archers. Swap out Kiyohime, or swap out Musashi, sorry, and pull Kiyohime in, and then immediately start using skills. Unfortunately, I think that's not what she does here. Let's take a look at what she does.
They're archers!
Yeah, as you can tell by the audio, she realizes. Alright, so she does not use any skills at all. That is a mistake. Because again, not only did she not swap out Musashi for Kiyohime, but she didn't use Waver's defense buff either. These Gazers hit pretty hard, even though they're only level 35. They're not pushover, or they're not exactly pushovers. They can do a lot of damage, especially if they crit. I mean, these are archers after all. Not only that, but again, archers have only 3-tick MPs in FGO. Or 3-tick ultimates. Don't know if we can call them MPs per se, because they're not servants. But in any case, technicalities aside, they still can do quite a bit of damage, especially if they crit. And I think they kind of crit more often than usual. At least it kind of feels like that to me whenever I go up against Gazer enemies. But regardless, yeah, that was like 2 mistakes that she made right off the bat. Is that she didn't swap out Musashi, even though she knows that Musashi is weak to archers as a saber. She didn't swap out Musashi right away for Kiyohime. That's what she should have done immediately, but she didn't think of that. And, hey Musaki, how's it going, man? Thanks for the raid. We're doing a quick little video for YouTube dissecting Ina's gameplay from her sponsor stream that she did just now. I'm sure you watched it yourself too. So welcome everybody from Musaki's stream. But yeah, that was 2 mistakes she made like basically at the same time by doing whatever she did, this arts chain, I guess. And we can dissect that too. But yeah, she didn't swap out Musashi, even though she knew. Like, she even, you know, said out loud, like, oh, you know, I'm up against archers, and I brought Musashi here on accident, or whatever she said. And she didn't use Waver's defense buff to at least, you know, help keep Musashi alive a little longer. Because she's going to take, if the Gazers hit Musashi, they're going to do damage, but at least with Waver's defense buff, she's not going to take as much damage. Right? It's not like she has a healer anywhere, and Plucksuit doesn't have a healing skill at all, so like any amount of HP that you can save with Waver's defense buff is crucial. It's very crucial here. And I believe she did an arts buff here. Also, Musaki, thanks for the 23-month resub, man. Welcome back. We're analyzing Ina's gameplay. Yep, that's exactly what we're doing here. Because I was very interested to see how well she knows how to play FGO. Yeah, so if we fast forward a little bit here, oh, not that far. So she decides on turn 1, she decides to do an arts chain. The logic here is sound. She wants to get Da Vinci's NP, I believe. I think she wants to get Da Vinci's NP because Da Vinci starts with 50% charge, and then, you know, she looks at Da Vinci's NP like, okay, I want to get her NP first, right? Because she's the one closest to it. Here's the problem. First of all, she didn't use Waver's defense buff at least. You always want to usually you always want to start with Waver's defense buff, unless you know you want to save it for like a turn 2 or something, right? If you know you can get rid of all the enemies on wave 1 immediately, and you go into wave 2, then sure, save Waver's defense buff for like turn 2 or something. But if you know you can't kill all the enemies on immediately off wave 1, then usually it's a good idea to use Waver's defense buff at least right away. Because again, preserving your servants' health for as much of it as possible with that when you don't have any healers is very important for their sustain. You want to have your servants like stick around for as long as possible, unless you actually have a reason to like have them die or, you know, swap them out for somebody else. But usually, you know, if you don't have any plan like that, usually you want your servants to survive for as long as possible. So yeah, Arch Chain. I think she wants Da Vinci's MP, but she uses Da Vinci's MP first, which, yeah, that's kind of a mistake. Mainly because she uses Musashi's arts card last, and that's just kind of like, what are you doing? If you guys want to know why, Musashi's arts card being put last is a bad idea. At least in this scenario, is the further your cards are in a chain, the more effective they become. Cards go from left to right in terms of efficacy and like efficiency. Your point card, which is the first card you pick, is at the very left. They have the weakest damage, scaling, and the weakest properties in your card chain. Because she's using an arts chain here, let's use arts scaling for example. The game does not tell you this. The game doesn't teach you this at all. So obviously Ina wouldn't have any way of knowing this. But in FGO, for arts cards specifically, arts card damage scaling in an actual card chain, in any card chain, goes like this. It goes from 100% damage scaling, so normal, to the second arts card having 120. And your third arts card has 140% damage scaling. This applies to any arts card, even if it's not an arts chain, because the arts card damage scaling is not exclusive to arts chains. All the arts chain does is just give everybody extra 20% charge. That's it. So the arts card damage scaling that I just elaborated on, the thing that I just talked about, it applies to any arts card in any chain with any like combination of cards, right? Buster cards, quick cards, whatever, you have it. As long as you have an arts card in the third position, it will have a fixed 140% or a base 140% damage scaling. As far as NP generation goes, I'm forgetting the exact NP generation stats for arts cards in different positions of a chain, but those should increase as well. Maybe later I can look up what the exact NP generation scaling is, or maybe even my chat can look it up for me, because the numbers should be there. But generally speaking, some of you guys may already know. I mean, the game itself, if you notice here, if I go frame by frame, after the flash of the blue symbols there, if you see where my cursor is here, like you can the game kind of implies that if in an arts card, or if you have arts cards further along in a chain, it'll say MP up ++. So yeah, the game does imply that you are generating more MP charge with an arts card that is further along in a chain. So I think here Ina wanted to give Da Vinci more arts or more MP charge, obviously, but she also wants to start building Musashi's MP charge right away. I get that. That's an understandable statement, but here the damage is not it's not worth it, right? Because remember, Musashi is still doing damage with her arts card, and so ideally with this arts chain, you want to have Musashi's arts card up first instead, and then have Waver in second. That's fine, and then have Da Vinci's card last. So that way, it's Da Vinci who's the closest to her MP gets her MP faster. Not only that, but remember, she didn't use any skills at all at the start of the fight. If I can scroll back to wherever right before she did it. Yeah. So if we go here, scroll back here, 5 seconds. So yeah, she just goes straight into attack. Doesn't use any skills at all. She notices this later because she actually doesn't. I don't think she's ever really used Da Vinci caster very much. But later on in this fight, she actually checks Da Vinci's second skill here because she doesn't know what it does. Da Vinci's second skill gives her HP regen, MP regen, and I believe something else. There's a third effect here that I'm forgetting here that she gets out of this. But those are the two that I know for sure that she gets. Oh, she gets Da Vinci gets a debuff immunity, which is better against the Soul Eaters, because the Soul Eaters try to put MP seal on you, which is kind of annoying if they do. So that skill obviously would have been nice against the Soul Eaters. But the most important part of Da Vinci's second skill is that she gets MP recharge, MP regen. Excuse me. Let me drink something here real quick. So, that's the most important part of Da Vinci caster's second skill. And in a situation like this, the MP regen is the most important effect here. So that way, with the arts chain, Da Vinci caster should have been able to get her MP charge or MP charge up on turn 1. Technically speaking, if she wanted to, she could actually have Waver give Da Vinci her MP right away. Because again, Waver is 50% charge, even without any skills. So yeah, she could have used Waver's skills on Da Vinci right away. I understand why she didn't, or even if she was aware of it, I understand why she didn't do that, because maybe she wants to save Waver's skills for, say for example, Musashi or somebody else. Who knows? But at the very least, if she wasn't going to use Waver skills on Da Vinci, at the very least, she should have known what Da Vinci caster's second skill was and used that instead, right? Because again, free 3-turn MP regen, I think 20% at max level. I actually don't know what the skill levels are on story support Da Vinci. It's probably I don't know, if I were to guess, maybe level 8 or something. We are only in Camelot after all, so story supports usually aren't that great, except for certain parts of the story where it makes sense. So yeah, support Da Vinci here probably won't be getting the full 20% charge every turn, but it's still something, right? It still would have been something. So yeah, that Da Vinci's second skill combined with the arch chain that she does for turn 1, And going to turn 2, she'll probably be very close to getting her NP, so she can just use either one of, she can use like waivers, defense buff or attack buff, whatever is necessary, because clearly she doesn't use any of them here, to fully charge Da Vinci's NP on turn 2. But unfortunately, she doesn't make any of these decisions, so she just goes to the straight arch chain like this. To be fair, though, now that I see this, Da Vinci does still get 80% charge, so she can just use waivers, defense, and attack buffs next turn to get Da Vinci's MP. So actually, in hindsight, maybe it wasn't necessary that Da Vinci needed to use her second turn or second skill right away. But again, would have been nice if Ina used waivers, defense buff on turn 1, had she been, paying attention. So yeah, as you can see, one of the gazes hit Musashi, and now it did like fucking 3,000 damage or something. So yeah, that's why you want to use Waver's defense buff, because at the very least, even if Waver gets hit by a one of the gazers, she's not going to lose 3,000 HP, because how much HP did Musashi have before then? Yeah, 3,000. 13,000, right? And she lost 3,300, just about. So yeah, that's quite a bit of chunk of HP. That, ideally her Musashi didn't have to lose, but it is what it is. Let's see what she does for her second turn.
Okay, we'll be fine.
Okay, now she uses Waver's defense buff. That is a classic mistake that a lot of inexperienced FGO players, let's just put it that way, make. Whenever they have Waver on a team, they don't think about using their defense, Waver's defense skill right away. Because they're like, oh, all my servants are at max HP. Why would I have to use the defense buff? And then they get smacked in the face, and they're like, oh shit. And then they pop Waver's defense buff. But by that point, that's kind of already too late, because again, the enemies have already hit you with that Waver's defense buff, and they've already had a chance to do a lot of damage to you. And they just panic use Waver's defense buff now. That happens with a lot of new players, new or inexperienced players, because it's a knee-jerk reaction, right? Oh, my servants are taking damage, better use their defense buff. When ideally they should have used that turn before, so that way they wouldn't have to take that much damage. Are you referring to gameplay? Yes, I am. I absolutely am. Okay, so the only skill she uses here is Waver's defense buff, and she goes immediately into a quick chain. So this is actually not a bad idea, because Da Vinci. So far, if we're going to card count, I think on turn 3 she gets 2 Da Vinci cards. So this idea is actually not bad. Using a quick chain here to generate to build quick stars, same thing. So that her wave 3 damage DPS is really good with crits, right? You throw crits in there. Here's the thing though, I don't think Ina knows how to card count. Or she's not aware that that's a thing. What card counting is, for those of you guys who are not aware, it's exactly what it sounds like. I can't say that because that's a little bit unintuitive. Basically, every servant in FGO has a different kind of deck. They have 5 cards, 5 normal attacks that they can do. Depending on the servant, they can have different amounts, different numbers of busters, busters, arts, or quick cards. It depends on the servant. In Musashi's case, Musashi has 3 busters, 1 arts, and 1 quick. In Da Vinci's case, she has 3 arts, 1 quick, and 1 buster, because she's a caster, and that's very typical of caster servants. Musashi's deck is actually very atypical, because most sabers, a lot of sabers have a 2A, 2B. We call that a balanced deck in the community. Whereas a triple buster deck is referred to as a berserker deck, because that's more indicative of a berserker servant. Most berserker servants have triple buster cards and only 1 arts and 1 quick. So Musashi has what we would call a berserker deck because of that. And the Waver is being a caster, naturally he has the same deck as Da Vinci. So here on turn 1, we notice that Da Vinci only has 1 card here. If you have 3 servants on the field, then the game deals 5 cards to you in any random order, at least on the first turn. But it's pulling 5 cards from the total combined pool of all of the cards of your 3 servants in the front. So here we have one Da Vinci card here, one of her arts cards. On turn 2, we notice that she now gets, or she's dealt, let's see, another one Da Vinci card. It's a quick card. By process of elimination, we know that on turn 3, Da Vinci will have, let's see, her Buster card and the other 2 arts cards. Because we've already seen one of her arts cards, we've already seen one of her quick cards. So that means that on turn 3, because the card shuffles are in 3 turns, go in 3 turn cycles, we know that Da Vinci will get access to a full Brave Chain, guaranteed. So this quick chain here actually makes sense. Like, I'm not against it here. Because that way, she'll generate she'll generate a decent amount of crit stars, and so maybe some of those go for Da Vinci's chain. The issue is that Da Vinci is a caster, and casters don't have very strong star weight, base star weight. And I believe Da Vinci caster doesn't have any skills that like increase her own star weight, so there's no way for Da Vinci to like guarantee the crit stars to herself. And I believe none of these servants have any star bomb skills of their own. Waver certainly doesn't have any. Musashi does not, but with the help of her first skill, she can generate a lot of crit stars, but she doesn't use Musashi's first skill here anyway. Maybe Da Vinci might have crit stars? I forget if her second skill also has star regen. I know it has HP and MP charge regen, but I don't know if it has crit star regen, because some skills do. I'm not sure if she has if she has a star bomb on her first skill. I don't think she does. I think her first skill only has the 85% chance to give her an MP damage buff, the guts, and then something else. Maybe I think an additional defense buff or something like that. I don't know if she has any extra star bombs. Yeah, I'm not sure. But Golden Rule body usually has per turn stars. Okay. Assuming that Da Vinci does have a star regen skill on her second skill, then sure. Fine, let's go with that. The problem is that she doesn't use it, because star regen skills are different than from star bomb skills, because star bomb skills in FGO immediately give you stars right away for you to use this very turn. However, star regen skills do not give stars to you right away. Instead, because it's a regen effect, they only give you stars for your next turn, not your current turn. So, yeah, she didn't use Da Vinci's second skill anyway, which would have been perfect if assuming it does have a star regen skill. Da Vinci's third. Oh yeah, that's right, because she has Pioneer of the Stars. Yeah, Pioneer of the Stars gives you 10 crit stars. Yeah, and yeah, support Da Vinci doesn't have it because she's not third ascended, because she's only level 65. So yeah, she doesn't have access to Da Vinci's third skill anyway. So that's kind of a problem. Will this be a weekly review of her gameplay? I do want to review more of her gameplay. Yes. I don't know if it's going to be a weekly thing, but maybe I'll decide on that later. However, the quick chain here, like I get where she's going. I get where this is coming from, because she wants the crit stars to power up her next turn's damage output. So that's what she goes with. Yeah. All right. Here's some more things I can say about her quick chain usage. So remember how I talked about how arts cards perform a little differently depending on what place they are in the chain? Same goes for quick cards, and buster cards too, for that matter. In the case of quick cards, obviously, as the game here implies, the further along a quick card is in a chain, the more stars that they're going to drop. And that is accurate. That the cards you have later in a chain do in fact drop you more stars on average. However, the issue here is that she went with Waver's quick card as anchor, or as the last card in her chain. Waver's quick card only does 2 hits. In FGO, for those who are unaware, in FGO, crit stars are generated based on your hit count, because in FGO, the game is such that the game makes it so that, or star generation specifically, is such that each individual hit of a card in this game can only generate a maximum of 3 crit stars. It's capped at 300% per hit. So that means that hit count on a servant's cards, especially their quick cards, is extremely important, because the higher their hit count, the more crit stars they have, the more potential for crit stars they have. Musashi, I think, has like a 3-hit quick, if I'm not mistaken. Da Vinci has like a 3-hit, 3 or 4-hit. Waver has only 2. So ideally, if you're generating, if Ina's trying to generate crit stars here, which obviously she is, she used the quick chain after all, quick chains and FGO generate for you 10 crit stars right away. In JP they got buffed where they now give you 20 stars instead, but right now for NA doesn't have that buff yet. So for now it's still 10. But yeah, given that the intention here, or Ina's intention, I would assume, is to generate quick stars. Quick stars. You're gonna hear me call crit stars quick stars a lot here, because I love mixing words up. But assuming that was her intention, she ideally wants to use Waver's card first, because that's the least effective star generating card here in this chain. So ideally she would use Waver first, Waver quick card first, then like maybe Musashi and then Da Vinci. Because at least Da Vinci will do a little bit of damage, because she at least doesn't have to worry about, class disadvantage here like Musashi does. So ideally, in my opinion, she should have gone Waver first, then Musashi, then Da Vinci. Not only that, but quick cards in FGO also generate a little bit of MP charge as well. Not as much as obviously arts cards. That's the arts cards job of generating a lot of MP charge. But quick cards can do a little bit of it too. But even though quick cards' main focus is to generate crit stars, because Da Vinci is so close to her NP and she didn't use either Waver's skills yet or any of Waver's skills yet. I think she used the defense buff, not the attack buff. Obviously she's very close to her MP, but she's not quite there yet, right? So ideally, to guarantee that Da Vinci gets her MP, she wants to use Da Vinci card. She wants to use Anchor Da Vinci card here, both for max star gen and max MP gen. I believe Da Vinci still gets her MP here anyway, so that doesn't really matter. And besides, even if she didn't, she still has Waver's attack buff that she can use to get Da Vinci her MP anyway. Can you explain what those percentages mean in Star Gen and MP Gen? Let's see. So for Star Gen, you heard me earlier say that stars are generated off of individual hit count, right? And they have a cap of 300% efficacy or 300% efficiency. Basically 300%. If you have a 300, for example, if you give a servant a 300% chance to 300% star gen buff, effectively what that means is every 100% in a star gen buff means that character or that servant is guaranteed to create a star, create 1 crit star with any hit. Right. This applies pretty much universally, yeah. There's a lot that I have to talk about for Star Gen specifically, but we have to if I want to answer that question. Every servant has every class in FGO has a base Star Gen like stat. Typically it's pretty low. Depending on the classes, some can be higher than others. Assassins have the highest base chance, base crit star chance or Star Gen chance in the game, because assassins as a whole, like the whole point of the assassin class, at least in the beginning, was to generate crit stars. That was their original design. That was their original design. Like they were supposed to be the crit star support class, where they generate stars so that their teammates can use them, they can pick them up and then use them to crit enemies with. So assassins have the highest Star Gen base Star Gen chance in the game at 25%, roughly 25%. It's usually around that number. What that means is that not just for the assassins, of course, every class, because every class has at least a small base chance to create a base Star Gen chance. That means that every servant in the game has a chance to create stars by doing anything. Even with arts cards, and arts cards are tagged with having 0% Star Gen chance, which means ordinarily arts cards are not supposed to generate any crit stars at all. But the reason why you see sometimes, like very rarely, if a servant doesn't have any star gen buffs at least, the reason why you still sometimes see servants still be able to generate a star or two off of their arts cards is because that's their class star gen kicking in. Because they were able to hit the their base class star gen chance. And that's how, for example, you see like either their buster cards or their arts cards generate a star. Because no matter what they do, they're always going to have a slight chance to create a star. Quick cards have the highest base chance to generate a star because that's kind of the whole point. I said, for example, that arts cards have 0% chance, and it's across the board. It doesn't change no matter what position in the chain they're in. Buster cards, I think, have a 10, 20, and 30% chance going from left to right. Anchor mid or point anchor and mid. Quick cards, their star gen percentage, I think, goes from something like 120%, and it goes all the way up to like 200 or something like that. So and whenever you use a servant's quick card, they are guaranteed to generate stars. Same goes for extra attacks too. Extra attacks have like a built-in 100% star gen chance or something. So that's why you always see servants whenever they use their extra chains, they always generate like a handful of stars at least, like anywhere from like 10 to like 15 or 20, depending on how high their hit counts are. So whenever you use a star gen buff, like for example, the easiest example I can think of is Caster Gil, because Caster Gilgamesh, his first skill gives a party 3-turn 100% star gen buff at level 10, I believe. I think that's at level 10. Effectively, what he's doing is he's giving everybody on his team a guaranteed chance to create one crit star per hit count that they have. And it makes perfect sense on Caster Gil because Caster Gil's NP is an AoE arts and that has like 8 or 10 hits on it. So the idea with Caster Gil is that even though he's an arts servant, right, and arts cards generally don't produce crit stars, when he uses his first skill, all of a sudden he turns his arts AoE NP into a star gen instead. So that's how star gen buffs work in FGO. NP gen, on the other hand, that's a lot more straightforward. Like every servant has an NP gauge, and it goes from 0 to 100. Depending on the NP level, it can go all the way to 200, and NP5 it goes all the way up to 300. But that's an NP5 exclusive thing. But yeah, as soon as your servant has 100% NP, they can use their NP. On your next turn, their NP is available for use, as long as they don't have like a debuff on them that prevents them from using it or something. Like as long as they're not like stunned or like CC'd or like as long as they don't have like an NP seal debuff on them. As long as they don't have anything like that, they can use their NP. And their NP comes up every single time. It's not random. It's always there. Did you start a new account? Or did you get it for a stream? It's a sponsored account, but it's very fresh. It's not very strong. Like, I doubt that, like, for example, her Musashi and her Waver have any of their skills really leveled that much. So, this is the Advanced FGO Studies University. I mean, I'm one of the few people who play this game who's able to do this, so pretty much, yeah. I think he was talking about, like, each character's base MP charge stat. Oh, if he's talking about that, then, that stat is a lot more volatile. The MP charge stat, or like MP charge on attack stat, is different from servant to servant. That stat is based way more on their card type or their deck type, as in like how many arts cards do you have, how many arts and how many quick cards do you have, and if they have an arts NP. If they have an arts MP, you're gonna generally speaking, you're gonna see them have a lot less MP charge or a lot lower MP charge on attack stat, especially if they have an arts MP that has a very high hit count. The reason why that is because if you give a servant with a high hit count arts NP, either single target or AoE, generally speaking more for the AoEs, single targets can sometimes get away with still having high MP charge on attack stats. But for AoEs, the devs go out of their way to bonk those servants with the nerf hammer. Because if you have a servant who has high MP charge on attack stat and an AoE MP with a lot of hits on it, they loop like crazy. especially now that we have characters like Castoria in the game. Oh yeah, no, they would loop their MPs way too easily. But we might be getting ahead of I might be getting ahead of myself here. To be fair. But yeah, the MP charge on attack stat controls how much MP gauge a servant gets through their arts cards and their quick cards. Yeah. And it's based on multiple factors, like what kind of deck type do they have, like how many arts cards do they have in their deck, how many hits do they have on both their arts cards and their quick cards, and if they have an arts MP or not, and if it's AoE or not too. Yeah. Generally speaking, the more arts cards you have, the lower your MP charge, your MP charge on attack, because the idea is that for servants with a lot of arts cards like casters, you want to be able to MP arts chain a lot. That's how you're going to get a lot of your MP chain or your MP charge. Waver is like one of the few exceptions, because Waver, it was a debut servant, and this was back when this was a wild west of FGO back in the day when the game first came out, like the first year or so, because the developers did not know shit about their own game. And so Waver is kind of a relic of old ass like OG fucking FGO, because he only has, even though he's a caster and so he has a 3 arts deck, his arts cards only have 1 hit on them. So his MP charge on attack is actually really high, like around like 1% or something. And like anything that's close like 0.8% or anything close to 0.8% or higher, that's actually really good. So 1% charge MP charge on attack is fucking ridiculous. So for Waver, especially if he can crit on the few times that he does, he gets a buttload of MP charge. And he has a triple arts deck, so it's really easy for him to arts chain with other servants. So for Waver specifically, he shouldn't really have a problem getting his MP. That, and he has two of his skills give 20% party charge to the entire team anyway, so he's getting free 20% charge out of it for himself too. But those are fixed charges, that's separate from the MP charge on attack stat. But that's essentially what that is. The stat that controls how much MP gauge servants get through using their arts cards and their quick cards. And that extends to the MPs as well. Also, star weight is too much. No, he has base caster star weight. The reason why Ketabaris that you feel that way is because there's this fucking wacky ass star gem mechanic that like nobody knows about unless you actually do your research on it. If you're talking about those random ass like random ass occurrences where like sometimes your casters can just like randomly pull in all the stars for themselves, there's an explanation for that, but that's a little bit too advanced for now. I mean, most of this shit is actually already too advanced anyway, but that is like just on another level of like what the fuck. So maybe we'll get into it later, like after I'm done with this video or some shit. But in any case, yeah, that's what the MP charge attack is. So anyways, back to Ina's gameplay itself after that long ass tangent. So we're on wave 3. Let's see what she does. So she has a lot of crit stars. She's got 25. Unfortunately, none of them, the distribution of the crit stars here is kind of unlucky. Because yeah, you don't have any stars here that have gathered onto one or two cards. She doesn't have like at least like an 80% chance to crit, even though 80% chance to crit in FGO is kind of a meme. But yeah, she doesn't have like a very high crit chance card in her deck. So yeah, for those of you guys who are not aware of like how crits work in FGO, basically, yeah, the system is a little bit weird. It's different for sure. The idea is that servants use quick cards, or they use skills that generate crit stars, and then the game distributes crit stars to the different cards that you have available to their face cards. Specifically their face cards. MPs cannot crit. So MPs are irrelevant as far as like crits go. So crits, only face cards, only their normal attacks can crit. Extra attacks also cannot crit either. It's just their face cards. The ones you see here, where my cursor is at. So yeah, the 60%, the numbers you see here, the percentage numbers you see are basically just, oh, what is a chance to crit? So if she uses Waver's Arts card here, for example, it has a 60%. Basically, it has a 60% chance to crit. There's more explanations that influence like crit chances here, but I won't get into them today. It's way too complicated for now. So yeah, so kind of unlucky here. But like I said, like I mentioned before, by card counting, by counting Da Vinci's cards here, like we said, Da Vinci got both the rest of her arts cards, which is 2 of them, and then her Buster card here. So now she has a full Da Vinci Brave Chain to use, and I believe she uses it, but we'll let her. We'll see what she wants to do here.
Wait, do I even have?
Are you guys on YouTube? Yeah, I plan on cutting this part of the video out and put it on YouTube.
Surely Da Vinci carries, right?
Maybe I should have put the chat box up in like a different
Sorry,
corner of
Musashi.
the stream actually. Okay, so she swaps out Musashi for Kiyohime. Again, she should have done this 2 turns ago. But we'll let it slide for now.
Wait, what's caster?
So she's checking what Da Vinci Caster does with their NP. Specifically, she's checking what her Overcharge does. Because if you guys are not aware, in FGO, the NPs, which is short for Noble Phantasms in FGO, they're like basically your ultimates in this game. NPs work a little differently than most ultimates in like other games. Because not only do they do a lot of most NPs in FGO are like damage dealing ultimates, you also have your more support or like debuff utility ultimates as well. Debuff utility NPs, whatever you want to call them. The vast majority of them actually do some form of damage though. But all NPs in the game also have what's called the overcharge. An overcharge effect. You can see it in the description here. When she's reading what Da Vinci's NP does. So yeah, for Da Vinci's NP specifically, her overcharge effect is it increases NP strength for herself, and as you can see here, it says effect increases with overcharge, and that's a whole nother discussion that we can get into later. But essentially, what Ina is doing here is she's checking what overcharge effect Da Vinci Caster has, and like what else she does with her NP, because a lot of NPs like do a bunch of stuff at once these days, so it's good to check what they do in game whenever you can. But in any case, it's looking like she's planning to use Da Vinci Caster's NP here. And again, she can, if you put 3 cards together from the same servant. Actually, she did not go with that. That's very surprising. And also not the right idea here. That is the wrong choice to do. But anyways, let me finish my thought. If you use 3 cards in a row from the same servant, you get what's called an extra chain, and the game will add a free 4th attack called the extra attack. That a servant can use to deal more damage and gain a little bit more MP charge and gain more crit stars out of. So she decided to go, strangely enough, with let's see, let me try to fast forward to it here. No, let's see, do this and then frame by frame. Yeah, so she decides to go with this, which is very weird. But this is no offense to Ina, but this is kind of a rookie mistake. Allow me to explain why. So first of all, she did not choose a Da Vinci extra chain, which would have been optimal. Even though obviously Kiyohime here is a berserker, so naturally she does more damage. Because berserkers in FGO deal 50% extra damage to all classes in the game, with one exception against the foreigners. But we don't have any foreigners on the field, so don't need to worry about that. However, Kiyohime has no buffs, and Kiyohime is a 3-star. Which means without buffs, I don't know how much damage she's really going to be doing here. Not only that, but by going with this chain, she's missing out on Da Vinci's extra attack. Which, again, like I said earlier, deals more damage, gives Da Vinci a little bit more MP gen, or MP charge, and produces a few more stars. So yeah, that's kind of a mistake. Not only that, but she had 2 arts cards right there, too. Right? And then because she should have gone with Da Vinci NP, then the 50% arts card, and then the 70% arts card. So that way, she has a greater and greater chance to crit with her, the more arts cards she uses, right? Because if her anchor card crits, that means she's getting the most amount of MP charge out of her anchor arts card. And by the way, when arts cards crit in FGO, they immediately double the amount of MP gem that they give you. So here, there was a chance for Ina to use Da Vinci's Arts Brave Chain here. And if one or even better, both of them crit, she gets Da Vinci's MP back. Like, she's essentially looping her Da Vinci's MP. So that's what she should have done here. But instead, she goes for this. The Da Vinci MP, and then the Da Vinci Buster, and then Kyo Buster. Here, she's trying to go for damage, right? Because Buster cards deal the most damage in the game, compared to Arts and Quick cards, obviously. So here, she's very clearly trying to do as much damage as possible. She doesn't realize that ideally you use Da Vinci's Arts Brave Chain here, because that effectively, if she gets lucky with her crits, she gets Da Vinci's MP back, and she can MP twice in a row, or 2 turns in a row, and deal even more damage because of that. Not only that, but the real rookie part of this is that she uses Da Vinci's MP first. That is a classic sign of inexperience in FGO. Using MPs first. If I can frame by frame go to this still frame. So yeah, the reason why this is bad is because this is not damage optimal. You're not starting this chain with a Buster card. In FGO, each color type color type has a different lead off, what we call lead off bonus. For quick chains, or for quick cards, if you start off a chain with a quick card, it just gives you like 20% extra Stargen. It's the worst effect in the game. So ideally you never want to start with quick cards. Arts cards are much better, because I believe they double your MP gen for your entire rest of your chain if you start with an arts card. Buster cards have the best damage. They give you a straight 50% boost to your damage for all your cards thereafter. So if you want to go for damage, you almost always want to start with the Buster card instead. There are exceptions, of course, depending on what the situation is like and what kind of cards you're using. But in this case, there was no reason to do this. Like, this is a very strange chain that doesn't really accomplish much. Yeah, it's very odd. I mean, if she was going to use this chain, ideally she should have started with Kiyohime's Buster card instead. So that way, Da Vinci can use her Buster card last, and her Buster card has the 50% Buster buff from Kiyohime's Buster card leadoff bonus. Not only that, but if she also gets lucky and wins the crit coin flip there, then she'll do even more damage, and all those effects stack. And here, in case you're wondering, can't their Buster cards like also generate some MP charge too? Since she's starting with an arts card, with her MP. I mean, yeah, but Buster cards are not meant to generate MP. There are like some weird servants where like actually yes, their Buster cards have so much have such high hit counts on them. Like for example, Skaha Lancer and ironically Kiyohime Lancer. But they're not, like, aside from those, like, outliers, those exceptions, no, not really. There's not much of a reason to lead off Buster cards with an arts card. Like, unless you're, like, literally, like, 1 or 2 or 3% away from a servant's NP. And, like, you just need anything. You just need any amount of NP charge to get them to full, then sure, if you're that desperate. And if you really need a servant's NP in the next turn, then sure, go for it. But, you know, Kiyohime is not that close. I mean, she is close, but, you know, she's not like what, 96 or 97% or anything like that. So, yeah, no, this is a very strange chain. But I think I can explain it because Ina was trying to look for damage. She thought to herself, yeah, I want to do as much damage as possible, and so she just picked the 2 Buster cards that she saw, because, you know, Red card, go unga bunga. Because, yeah, as it turns out, those were her 2 busted cards, and she was like, oh, I need damage. And so she just picked the 2 busted cards that she saw. She hasn't led with quick yet. Hopefully she at least knows that. Maybe streamer brain messed her up. If she was completely new to FGO, sure, I can let her. I can buy that excuse. The problem is that we've known that Ina's played FGO for a very long time, or at least a decent amount of time. If the rumors are true that, you know, she's whaled a whole bunch on FGO as well, right? So as a fellow FGO whale myself, or, you know, perhaps an ex-whale, semi-retired whale, at this moment in time, you know, I kind of want to see what Ina's got, you know? I want to be impressed. Unfortunately, so far, I'm not. Like, I love Ina. She's a great VTuber. I highly respect her her artwork, and she's a great person, I'm sure. But the FGO player in me is kind of cringing, you know? I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, very strange decision to go with that, but, you know. Oh, back to the whole, like, maybe she has streamer brain. If you've been playing FGO for long enough, like, some of this shit should be muscle memory. Like, if you know these things, like, there's not much of a reason to not do it, you know? And if you don't play FGO optimally, there is a very real chance that you will actually lose some of these fights. Like, Ina could have actually lost some of these if she just played that poorly. Like, it's possible. And that would be a little embarrassing. Even though even if at the end of the day, like, no one's going to give her shit for being bad at FGO. Everybody loves Ina, so obviously no one's going to do that. Or at least, I sure hope not. I mean, I am, but I'm just doing this because it's interesting. Because it's FGO gameplay, right? And I've never seen Ina play FGO before. At least personally. Maybe some other people have, but yeah. But yeah. Like, if she knows some of these things, like, she would actually put them to use, in my opinion. Like, I don't know if, like, there's any point to, like, trying to hide the fact that you're actually good at FGO. Like, what's the point in that? Like, this is a sponsored stream too, so you should kind of, like, you know, it's in her best interest to, it's in the best interest of all parties involved for Ina to actually play optimally, if she knows what she's doing. But, you know, I don't think she does, is the point that I'm trying to make. Also, No Bless, thanks so much for the brand new Twitch sub. Really appreciate it, man. It's not even Twitch Prime sub, just a basic sub. But yeah, thanks so much for the support. Greatly appreciated.
I should have looked at the... Okay, we can look at...
So yeah. She decides to go with that. I believe this is MP4, but this is only level 65, so this shouldn't do that much damage. Happy Chinese New Year. Oh, is it Lunar New Year now? Happy Chinese New Year to you too, man, if you celebrate it. So yeah, she only does 35,000 damage. She does crit with that, but it would have done much. It would have done more damage if she had let off with a busted card. Oh, and the second the other mistake that she made here, when she pulled in Kiyohime, she did not use any of Kiyohime's skills at all. This is a mistake too, because remember that berserkers are weak to everything in the game, as a trade-off for them being 50% better or doing 50% extra damage to almost every other class in the game. Also, Leptine, what's going on, man? Thanks so much for the 26 months. That's also a mistake too. Not only that, but Kiyohime has even less health than Musashi, because she's only a 3-star, whereas Musashi is a 5-star. So at least Musashi can, you know, afford to take a hit or two from the gazers, but Kiyohime, forget it. Berserkers in FGO are infamous for like taking like 1 or 2 hits and just fucking dying. Like, just fucking blowing up. So yeah, if the gazers fucking hit Kiyohime, like every hit that Kiyohime takes here is very scary. So ideally, she should have brought, not only should she have brought in, like I said at the beginning, brought in Kiyohime first, like on turn 1, but she should have used Waver's defense buff on her right away and stacked that with Kiyohime's own defense buff. So that way all the defense buff together, stacked together, so that way they protect Kiyohime as much as possible. Because, what, at level, assuming that all of her skills are at level 1, I believe both Waivers and Kiyohime's defense buffs are scale at 20%, I think, at level 1. Also, by the way, Noblesse, thanks so much for the 5 gift subs, man. Greatly appreciated. So yeah, even at level 1, even if all of her skills are at level 1, at least using Waivers and Kiyohime's skills together will give Kiyohime about a 40% defense buff or something like that. So that is much better than nothing, right? And so that would let Kiyohime survive for a lot longer. So yeah, that's kind of trouble. That's kind of worrying. Not only that, but she even uses Kiyohime's Buster card, and she doesn't even use Kiyohime's Buster buff. Actually, Kiyohime's Buster buff here might be only for 1 turn. It might not be a 3-turn buff, so maybe she didn't need to use that just yet. But at least use her defense skill, right? Anyways, I think I skipped a little too far. Where is it? Oh no, I did skip too far. We'll just skip this real quick. There we go. Is she free to play some reason? Oh, this is a sponsored account. It's not her like main account or whatever. She still has her original JP account apparently, from what she said or what she's talked about. But this is because this is a sponsor stream. This account was just given to her by Aniplex. Okay.
There we go.
So yeah, there you go. Kiyohime gets hit there. She loses like another like what 2,300, 3,000 HP. All right, so let's see what she does for her fourth turn. So yeah, now both of the gazers are fully charged. They both have their MPs or their ultimates ready to go. So she uses Da Vinci's first skill, Waivers' attack buff, and Waivers' first skill. And she uses them to buff up Kiyohime and use her Buster Brave Chain here. This is the correct play. Yes, she needed to do this because if she didn't do this, because both the gazers have their ultimates ready or their big ass attacks ready, they would have done a lot of damage. Yeah, and so if they target Kiyohime, Kiyohime is fucking dead. Even at this point, even if Kiyohime had, even if Ina used Kiyohime's defense buff, Kiyohime would still be fucking dead. At least I'm pretty sure. Maybe Kiyohime might be able to survive like one of them. But if they both target Kiyohime, oh yeah, she's fucking dead. So, yeah. So yeah, the correct play was this. To get Kiyohime to full charge with Waivers' skills. And then use Kiyohime's Buster Brave Chain. I would have said just in case use to guarantee the kill here, use Kiyohime's Buster buff as well, her third skill. But I don't think she actually ended up using it. So and it turned out not to matter anyway because Waver's attack buff was good enough. So also kind of weird that Ina used Da Vinci's first skill. Like, what was the point of this? She might have just used it just out of panic because Da Vinci's first skill gives her a guts, I believe, for like either 3 or 5 turns, and Da Vinci is now at only half HP. So yeah, Ina is getting worried that Da Vinci's kind of getting low HP and she might die. So she needs something to protect Da Vinci from like completely dying. What guts effects are, by the way, for those guys who are not aware, is it's a defensive buff where if a servant hits 0 HP, like they die, instead of dying, they'll use their guts buff to basically revive themselves, and they come back with they immediately resurrect with like a little bit of HP, depending on how much HP their guts buff gives them from their skill or whatever. So that's basically what it is, a second chance basically. But yeah, kind of weird why she used Da Vinci's first skill. But yeah, I'm assuming it's because she's afraid that Da Vinci is gonna die soon, and yeah, I don't want Da Vinci to die, so I'm gonna use his skill right now. Even though obviously she didn't need to use it because Kiyohime is about to kill both of these guys.
Oh, that was kind of lame. It's okay.
But yeah, she doesn't even use Kiyohime's Buster buff at all. But as it'll turn out, she doesn't need to. Nice seeing Kiyohime's updated MP animation, at least. Sick. Kiyohime comes in to save the day, kills both of the gazers before they can ult. Okay, so now there she's up against the Soul Eaters. In FGO, it's actually very important to know what your enemies do too. The gazes were pretty simple. They just attack you, and they have one skill that that they use that gives them sure hit, which is basically it gives them ignore evasion, where if your servants have evade stacks, which ordinarily evasion lets a servant like avoid taking damage if they get hit, but there's a counter to that, and that's called sure hit, which is basically pierce evasion. So if a servant uses like an evade skill, but an enemy has sure hit, then that means that their evasion is effectively worthless, because that enemy can, if they target your servant with evasion, that means that they can just go straight through your servant's evasion. It works the opposite way too. Your servants can have sure hit, and then they can bypass the evasion effects that enemies have too. So it goes both ways. So that in that way it's fair. Okay, so for Soul Eaters, however, Soul Eaters, they are assassins. Enemy assassins in FGO are particularly annoying because they have a much higher base chance to land crits. And unlike how your servants' crits work, where it's like you gotta farm, you gotta generate crit stars, and then they have to be distributed on the next turn, and you have to use the cards that have like as high crit chances as possible to get crits or whatever, right? For enemies, it's just a much more straightforward, chance to crit. And enemy assassins, I believe they have like a base 30% chance to crit, which is much higher than like say other classes like maybe 10 or even 20%. There are some particular enemies that are very annoying that have like upwards of like 65% chance to crit, and those guys are complete assholes. I don't think these Soul Eater enemies have like a special like increased base chance to crit. They should just be at a base 30%, but even still, they're assassins, so you have to watch out for them just fucking critting your enemies too. You're critting your servants to death. Luckily here, Kiyohime is the only one who's weak to them because, I mean, she's a berserker, so that's to be expected. But in FGO, assassins are actually weak to casters. Doesn't make a whole lot of sense in lore, but it's FGO. Things are kind of weird anyway. But yeah, in any case, as far as like the damage, the damage triangle goes, or like the rock paper scissors system goes, casters beat assassins. So she actually does not need to worry about Da Vinci or Waver really dying here, like especially not Da Vinci, because she just needs to use Da Vinci's second skill and she'll get HP back over time, for like HP regen for like 3 turns or something. So she should get a lot of her HP back, even if she gets hit by some of the Soul Eaters every now and then. So yeah, that's not an issue. It's just she has to worry about Kiyohime here dying to the Soul Eaters. Okay, so she decides to go with a Buster Chain here. Honestly, not a bad call. Cause I mean, you have 3 Buster cards, so it's like, Unga Bunga, hit C red, press red. That being said, I did kind of want to see her use Da Vinci's second skill, because once again, Da Vinci's second skill gives her HP regen, MP regen, and the third thing that I'm forgetting. Oh yeah, debuff immunity. Yeah. The debuff immunity specifically comes in handy against the Soul Eaters, because the Soul Eaters have their skill that they like to spam sometimes is they put like defense debuff resist on whoever they target, and they have a small chance to seal your NP. Which again, like I mentioned earlier, if one of your servants has an MP seal debuff, when they have their MP ready to go, they cannot use their MP because of that debuff. So Da Vinci here, because her debuff immunity off her second skill lasts like, I don't know, like 2 or 3 turns or something, it would actually be not a bad choice to use it here. Because again, she's only at 21% NP charge. Using her second skill will give her more charge over time, and it'll get her closer and closer to her next NP. So yeah, and ideally she should have used if she wants to concentrate on getting Da Vinci's MP back, which honestly she should, because, you know, she's up against assassins, and assassins are weak to casters, and Da Vinci has an AoE MP, yeah, it's in her best interest to actually generate Da Vinci's MP as quickly as possible. But I do understand why she goes for the Buster Chain instead, because, you know, see red, press red, and all that. This is also a mistake. Remember again how I mentioned that the position of the cards themselves are also very important. Arguably, it is the most important for Buster cards because the sheer damage scaling they have per position is bonkers. The damage scaling from going from left to right for Buster cards specifically goes from 150%, 170% to 210% or something like that, if I recall correctly anyway. Yeah, so ideally, if you want to do the most amount of damage in a Buster chain, you put your strongest Buster card last. In this case, it's actually Da Vinci's card because Da Vinci's Buster card here has a 40% chance to crit. And so if she gets lucky and Da Vinci's Buster card does hit the 40% chance, she'll do an absolute metric shit ton of damage. As much as she can as she can in this position anyway. Putting Kiyohime's Buster card last year is a mistake because that's not optimal damage. Ideally, she puts Kiyohime's card first because Kiyohime, while she's a berserker and she'll do bonus damage against everyone, it's only 50%. Remember that casters have true class advantage against assassins. They do 100% extra damage. Double damage, pretty much. So there was no reason to use Kiyohime's Buster card here as anchor. It should have been point instead, the point card, followed by Waver's card in mid, and then finally Da Vinci's card anchor, because Da Vinci's card is the only Buster card here that actually has a chance to crit. Even if it's just 10%, that's still better than none, so Da Vinci's card would have been anchor anyway, regardless. So, bit of a misplay here.
Okay, assassin.
So as you can see there, one of the Soul Eaters, by spamming their skills, was able to put NPC on Kiyohime. To be fair, that doesn't really matter because, yeah, she doesn't really have. She's not gonna get her MP again, likely, unless Waver gets her skills back or something, or Waver gets his skills back. Sorry.
We're gonna have to save.
I think I skipped forward a little bit too far. So let's see, what should she do for turn 6? Okay, so she decides to go with a Waver Arts Brave Chain here. Let me see what her setup was beforehand. I don't think she used any skills here, pretty sure. Yeah, doesn't use any skills, just goes straight into Waver's Arts Brave Chain. Actually, yes, this is the best thing that she could have done. Actually, no, I don't think this was the best thing she could have done, now that I think about it. Like, obviously, it's understandable why she's doing this, but I don't think that was the optimal thing to do here. I think the optimal thing to have done here was arts quick, not triple arts chain. Normally triple arts chains are the way to go on Waver, yes, because it's not like Waver generates a whole ton of crit stars. So in most cases you want him generating MP charge so that he can reach his MP as quickly as possible, because his MP is very good, a very good utility NP. However, in this case, Waver's Arts Brave Chain is not necessary. Waver's already at 62% charge. It's not going to take much more for him to get his NP, all things considered. Because let's see. To be fair, his skills are on cooldown. Sorry. So, and they're not going to come back for at least like another 4 turns. Yeah. Would be 2 turns if her Waver's skills were lowered, but obviously they are not. But I actually think that Waver's MP or Art's Brave Chain here is a little overkill because she's just gonna get way too much MP charge. She's gonna go way over 100%, assuming that her Waver is even like MP2 or something. He's probably not. He's probably only like MP1 or something, so you won't be able to see that. But I do think that here she should have used a Waver Art's Quick Chain instead. Art's Quick card chain instead, so that way she can generate stars using Waver for next turn. Even if it's not a lot of crit stars, at least she'll give some cards next turn at least a small chance to crit. And so if she gets lucky again, and she manages to crit with like a random face card, then that's just more damage and potentially more MP gen and star gen that she gets out of it. Like, you never know, right? But yeah, I think the Art's Brave Chain here is a little overkill. But I understand why she's doing it. She's trying to go for damage.
Oh, I can do that.
How about AQA? For here, I'm actually focusing on crit star gen. I do think that AQA is actually not bad either. But Waver's gonna get his MP no matter what. Unless of course he just gets his ass MP seal, I guess. Which, if that happens, then well, sucks to suck, I guess. But I still think AAQ would be better, to be honest.
This will be last.
AAQ wasn't going to get 38% though, but she doesn't need Waver's MP right now. Because again, she has Da Vinci. Right? The idea was that, ideally, Ina used Da Vinci's second skill to help her gain more MP charge, but she didn't do that. Like, ideally, she should have used Da Vinci's second skill, 2-3 turns ago. And she's not going to use Waver's MP now, so there's no rush to get Waver's MP. She'll have plenty of chances to get Waver's MP later, either from enemies attacking Waver himself directly, or using one of his quick or arts chains later on down the line. But there wasn't a need for her to focus on Waver's arts cards alone. As you can see there, that just happened. Kiyohime just got crit for half her health, so that's why defense buffs are kind of important.
Do that.
Okay, so she stuns the Soul Eater on the left. That's a good play, because she knows that she can kill the weaker Soul Eater on the right and not to deal with him. But then the second Soul Eater, who's still at full health, can't act because he got stunned with Plug Suit. Yeah, she doesn't really know how cards work in this game, because she decides to go with arts. Yeah, what on earth is this? What is this? What is this supposed to do? She starts with Arts Waver card, or Waver Arts card, then Kiyohime Arts card, and then Kiyohime Buster. I think she's doing this because she thinks that putting Buster cards as anchor does the most damage. This is not how you do damage in this game. If you only have a single Buster card, and you want to be damage optimal, you always put your Buster card first. Because Buster leadoffs improve the damage of all the rest of your cards. So because of that, it is not worth putting your Buster as anchor if you're not already leading off with a Buster beforehand anyway, to begin with. But yeah, I think that Ina is doing this because in her head, she's like, oh, Berserker good and Buster card good, so I must use Buster Berserker card last because that'll do the most damage. No, that's not. This is not damage optimal. Maybe she wanted to maybe go for extra MP gen for Kiyohime, but Kiyohime is most likely not gonna survive this. She's literally one shot, one hit away from death, and she's she's at only 13% MP gauge. Are you fucking kidding me? She's not getting her second MP, and she doesn't have any healing skills either, so she can't like give Kiyohime like an extra, like she can't buy Kiyo an extra turn to get her MP somehow. Plus, Kiyohime being a berserker and having a standard berserker deck, she only has one arts card and she just used it. So yeah, that alone is not charging MP. So yeah, no, this is a little bit whack. Isn't Buster card on 1k HP a waste of damage? No. Not really. Not even then. Not then. Maybe, actually, now that you mention that, that's probably also what she thought too. That, oh, I don't want to use a Buster card here just because Kiyohime will do way more than, 1200 HP or 1200 damage. And so that's why maybe she thought of doing that too. And so that's why she started with the waiver arts card. But even if that were the case, that's still a misplay too, because Da Vinci has a Buster card right fucking there. So like, even then, she had the option of using a Da Vinci Buster card leadoff. But she didn't use that, so. Like, she knows how to target switch. That much I'll give her. Because she made sure to use Waiver's card first and then Kiyohime's 2 cards afterwards. But no, if you think that Buster card, using a Buster card just to kill off an enemy that's at 1200 HP is like a waste of damage, quote unquote, you are severely underestimating how strong Buster leadoffs are in this game. Buster Kia, Waiver A, and then Da Vinci B would be the right choice. Actually, no, Waiver Quick. Because I believe Waiver already has his MP, doesn't he? Yeah, has to have. Yeah, he's already at 100%. There's no reason for Waiver to use his arts card here. And Waiver, it's clear that Waiver is only MP1 because he's stuck at 100%. So there's no point in Waiver using his arts card. So ideally, she uses Kiyo Buster, Waiver Quick, and and Waiver's Quick card has the 30% chance to crit. So if it does crit, if she gets lucky, then she'll get even more crit stars. A little bit more, not too much, but better than nothing. And yeah, she finishes with she anchors with Da Vinci Buster. That would have been ideal for this hand. Damage only for this. In this case, you're not really going for damage here. You're ideally, like, it's better off just trying to go for crit stars here. Because, like, the difference here, Waiver doesn't have any buffs. They have no attack buffs at the moment. So, realistically, how much damage is Waiver really going to do? To be fair, though, they are up against Assassins, so Waiver is doing double damage. To be fair. But no, I would say that Waiver Quick card here is still better. Like, the amount of damage between, like, a Waiver Quick and a Waiver Arts against an Assassin, well, obviously it's, going to be double that double that versus, like, any other enemy that he could fight. Most enemies that he could fight. Like, even then, it's not really going to make a difference. Or at least it shouldn't, anyway. Most of the time, it should not. But if you want to go for damage optimal stuff, then yes, technically, you want to use Waiver's arts card. But I would have gone for his quick card instead.
And then this is
Okay, turn 8. What does she do here? Doesn't use any skills. Goes straight into this. Okay, so let's see what she does here. So she wants to use... She doesn't use any skills, so I don't need to worry about that at least. Oh, I think I backpedaled a little too far. Oh, excuse me. Okay. She uses Waiver NP, then both of Kiyohime's cards. Again, like, no. Again, you notice that she's constantly putting Kiyohime's Buster card last. Yeah, no, that's not what you want to do either. Again, for damage for optimal damage, you always want to lead off with busters. Very few exceptions to that. Not only that, but she's tunnel visioning way too hard on Kiyohime. Like, she's forgetting that casters are good against assassins. Like, you don't even want to use Kiyohime here if you can help it. You want to use your caster's cards for this, because they're actually doing double damage. And occasionally sprinkle in Kiyohime's buster card, but she's not even using her buster cards properly either. So, I'm not exactly impressed by that either. Here, you have plenty of caster arts cards. And here, ideally, you use Waiver NP and then go use another one of Waiver's arts cards and then Da Vinci Anchor. Again, remember, she's still not using Da Vinci's second skill because she's not aware of what it is. So, she still hasn't used it yet. But, you know, ideally, if she had used it before, she could have built up Da Vinci's MP a lot faster. And that way, not have to use Waiver's MP here, instead save it for Wave 3. But yeah, more so, just more like just small mistakes here and there. Okay, so she gets lucky. She wins the stun coin flip because Waiver's MP has a 50-50 chance to stun their enemy. Or stun everybody that it hits, which is all the enemies. Wouldn't Art's Brave Chain be better?
Then this is where we go.
Oh, oops. For this turn's damage, yes. And honestly, at this point, Da Vinci's... I don't know if Da Vinci's going to get her MP by turn 3. And turn 3, or wave 3, sorry. The enemy she's going up against is... Who is it? Is the Enforcement Knight, I believe, who's Saber. So, actually, yes, you are right. Waiver Art's Brave Chain would be optimal here, just for max damage. But if if we didn't have to worry about like the enemy dying anytime soon, like if they were up against an actual boss here, who had a lot more health, and the fight's gonna go on for a little bit longer, then you actually want to invest into Da Vinci's MP first. Get her MP, get her MP right away, or as soon as possible. But in this situation, yeah, you're actually right. Waiver Brave Chain, Waiver Art's Brave Chain is actually the way to go here.
Okay.
But again, assuming that the Soul Eater had more HP, and you need to stay here and fight him a little longer, then I would have said go for a build Da Vinci's MP up with Arts Chains.
Wait, I never really used...
Yeah, there she says it herself that she's never really used her second skill. Not surprised, because just for a bit of context, Da Vinci Caster has never really been seen as like that strong in FGO. So even though she was an anniversary serve, I'm pretty sure she was our first anniversary limited rate up servant, right? If I'm not mistaken. So yeah, even though she's an anniversary servant, like Da Vinci was never really considered to be like amazing or anything like that, according to the community. So no surprise that Ina has no clue how to use Da Vinci Caster. And so now she's checking what she does. So yeah, when she says, "Oh," she realizes, "Oh wait, I probably should have been using the skill. Oh, I probably should use the skill like 3 turns ago."
Why no Waiver Chain? It's hard, okay? That's for herself. That is true.
Yeah, when Ina was reading chat there and said and she read somebody in chat who says, "Why no Waiver Chain?" and she says it's hard, okay? Like, she's not wrong. Like, even though I'm sitting here for I don't know how long this video has been going on for. I'm assuming it's going to be another hour-long video. because that's how my YouTube videos go a lot of the time. But what Ina said there is basically like it's like mid-level FGO, the mid-level FGO experience. I want to say, FGO is such a fucking complicated game, and the worst part about it is that it doesn't tell you anything. The game does not teach you shit, other than the basic. Oh, here's your busters, here's your arts cards, here's your quick cards. Oh, here's your MP. It's fancy, isn't it? All right, you're good to go. Now get out there, champ. That's all they do. That's all they teach you. So the vast majority of FGO players have no fucking clue what the fuck they're doing. So like, I was kind of curious to know if Ina like actually knows how to play FGO. Turns out she doesn't, but I'm not really like I'm just like, kind of to be expected, because most people don't know how to play this game. A lot of whales don't know how to fucking play this game. So it's a very small part of the community, especially the NA community. The JP player base may be a little bit different, because in general, you got the more hardcore players playing on the JP server naturally. So I can trust that if you're a regular JP player, you probably have an idea of what you're doing. NA players, on the other hand, most NA players have zero fucking clue. Most people. Obviously, there's still going to be, us nerds, us smart boys who actually have an idea of what's going on. But yeah, like I'm not trying to like, obviously I'm critiquing your gameplay, but this is not personal. Please don't take this personally. I hope you're not. But yeah, this is just me being a nerding out over FGO bullshit, because this is the first time, like I said, that I'm seeing Ina actually play the game. And so naturally, I was a bit curious to see if she actually knows how to play the game. Turns out, again, that she doesn't, but, I mean, that's fine. At least it gives me content. In any case. So yeah, anyways, when she said, like, it's hard, like, it really is. Even when I do, like, event challenge quests and shit and try to play through it as optimally as I can, there's always going to be, like, one or two mistakes that I make. I'm just, like, as soon as I make them, I was like, oh, man, why didn't I think of that? Right? As soon as I end my turn, I'm like, fuck. Like, I need to use a skill, or like, oh, I should have used this chain instead of like. There's always instant regret in FGO, and it gets worse the more you know about the game. So, this game is hard, at least to play optimally. If you want to just throw out random shit out there, I mean, FGO is just like any other gacha game for that matter, from a casual perspective. But yeah, if you want to actually take this game more seriously and like try to actually get good at FGO, as good as you can get at a fucking gacha game, yeah, that's where it gets things get tough. So Ina is saying it's hard, okay? That's an honest to god reaction. It's hard, like, keeping track of all these different things. And she's streaming to like what, 4,000 or 5,000 people, and she probably knows that this is the very first time people are actually seeing her, watching her play FGO. It's tough, man. You make a ton of mistakes. That's just what happens. Yeah, to be fair, you don't need to play optimally for most shit in FGO. It's only really like challenge quests and shit like that you have to actually play optimally for. Like, even with how badly Ina's playing here, she still gets through the first two quests just fine. And at the end of the day, as long as you beat the quest, nothing else matters. So yeah, now that she realizes what her second skill does, yeah, now Ina uses Da Vinci's second skill. She should have used it three turns ago, but I mean, hey, at least she knows what it does now.
You know what? I still have servants. I think it should be fine, right? Right?
Yeah, this is the correct play. You have Da Vinci's extra chain here. You have 3 cards. She goes arts, quick arts. That's the correct play. Maximum MP gen here. Lead off with arts card to buff her anchor arts card, so it generates as much MP charge as possible. So yeah, she gets 60%. She generates up to 60% on her own, and then she gets an extra 10% from her skill.
Okay, I won
all right.
1 in 3.
So here's the issue: the Soul Eater used its ultimate, and its ultimate basically does a lot of damage to one servant. I think it hit Da Vinci, right? Because I think last turn Da Vinci only had like half health. Now she's down to only 2,300. So yeah, this is the issue. Ina honestly wasted her first skill because she panicked. She panicked and used Da Vinci's first skill too early. Now, her first turn or her first skill is off cooldown. She needs to wait one more turn, and she doesn't have the guts because the guts expired on its own because it doesn't last forever. I think it only lasts for like 3 turns or something, maybe 5, but I think on Da Vinci it's only 3. So yeah, Da Vinci is in very real danger of dying. I mean, both her and Kiyohime are both in very real danger of dying. Kiyohime is obviously one shot, one hit from the Soul Eater and she's dead. Maybe if she pops both Waver's defense and Kiyohime's defense buffs together, maybe she might survive a hit. But 2 hits, no, hell no, ain't no way. Da Vinci can die this turn if she gets unlucky and the Soul Eater crits her. Then she'll die. Maybe the Soul Eater might need another hit afterwards, but if a crit doesn't kill her, Da Vinci will literally be like 1 HP or some shit. Like, it'll be close. Worse is that the ultimate that the Soul Eater enemy used, because it was at full charge, full ult charge, was it gave itself a 1-turn evasion. And again, like I mentioned earlier, evasion nullifies all damage that you try to do to an enemy that has active evade. None of the servants here on our team have a sure hit, which is the pierce evade skill. They don't have pierce invul either. The hilarious part is that Da Vinci actually does have pierce invul, except it's on the skill that she doesn't have right now. It's on her third skill called Pioneer of the Stars. And what Pioneer of the Stars does is it charges the user's MP gauge by up to 50% if it's max level, gives them 3-turn invul pierce, which affects both invul and evasion, by the way. So it's just a straight up better version of sure hit, and it gives her 10 crit stars, I believe. So technically, she does have pierce invul. But she's using Story Da Vinci, and she doesn't have access to her third skill yet. So, get fucked, I guess. And since it's a 1-turn evasion, right now, in this turn, there's nothing Ina can do to deal any damage. So, ideally, what she wants to do here, in a turn where you can't do damage, go for crit stars. Go build up MP charge or whatever. Kiyohime's Buster cards here are effectively pointless. There's no point in using them. So, let's see what she does.
I never really used Kiyo, so I like... Okay, this is remove debuff.
FGO NA is really hard, unlike JP. The only problem on JP is whether you understand it or not. I don't know if you're aware, A-Band's SZ in YouTube chat, but FGO NA and FGO JP are the exact same thing. They're just 2 years apart. If you don't know how to play FGO NA, you're not gonna have much of a better experience over on FGO JP. If anything, you're gonna have it even worse. Cause guess what? Now you get to play a game where you don't know how to read language. Good luck with your moon runes, buddy.
Oh, although I get... wait, is it... for 1 turn?
So yeah, the evasion's for 1 turn. So again, Ina cannot do anything here because none of her servants and her plug suit do not have anything that counters evasion. She has no access to pierce invul, and she has no access to pierce evade either. So no sure hit, no sure hit, no pierce invul. So again, ideally, she wants to use Da Vinci's arts and quick cards and a Kiyohime's quick card to like generate crit stars or something. Okay, so she understands that. Yeah, that's good. Lead off with arts cards so that way the quick cards can generate some more MP gauge too, and she's able to make some more crit stars.
No!
Yeah, so there you go. Kiyohime is dead. She almost got lucky. Kiyohime almost survived because that was the last attack from the Soul Eater, but yeah, no. So yeah, Kiyohime is dead.
Okay, it'll be fine.
Da Vinci's still hanging in there because again, casters are strong against assassins, so they can tank assassin hits pretty well.
What was the skill again? Okay,
Right.
okay.
Let's see what she does now. So this is the equivalent of watching a football game and I'm the commentator. It's the closest thing we're gonna get to that, I guess. To be fair.
I think this should work.
Alright. Lots to say here. And let's see. Let me see what chain she does. Oh yeah, Musashi chain, naturally. Alright, let me explain what she did here. Because Musashi is actually kind of a complicated character. So, what she did here was she gave Musashi Waver's first skill. Actually, I would have not advised. I would actually advise against this. What she should have done, what she did here was she gave Musashi's first skill, I believe. I believe she popped Musashi's first skill. Let me just double check. Wait until she uses skills here and make sure she did. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. So she uses Musashi's first skill. That's very important. I would have recommended not using that skill, but it's fine that she did anyway. Just to make sure that this dude dies. This son of a bitch dies. Musashi's first skill is very important because it is a very unique skill. What it does in FGO is it doubles the amount of hits that it doubles Musashi's hit count. I might have mentioned it earlier, but hit counts in FGO are extremely important. They're one of the core mechanics of this game that, like, if you don't know how FGO works, you will not know. You will just be completely oblivious to. That is why Musashi's first skill is so strong, because she's literally doubling her hit count. What that effectively means is it's automatically doubling her MP gain and her star gen. Both of them at the same time. Yeah, that's effectively what it does. And I believe it also gives Musashi a free damage buff to go with that too. I want to say, assuming that it's leveled up. The ironic part of here is that because her Musashi skills are, I believe, at only level 1, at level 1, her Musashi's first skill actually does not give any damage buff whatsoever. It's literally 0. It scales from 0 to 30%. So she's not actually getting any more damage here. However, the double hit count still applies from Musashi's first skill called Fifth Form. And yeah, again, it's doubling her MP gain and her star, doubling her MP gain and her star gen. And here it's actually very relevant because she has Musashi's Buster, Arts, and Quick. So Ina using Musashi's first skill actually makes a decent amount of sense. Personally, I would have if she was to use her first skill, I wouldn't have used Waver's first skill along with it. I would have held off on Waver's first skill, see how well Musashi performs without it. Because you'll notice that Waver's third skill, her attack buff, or Waver's attack buff, his attack buff, is on a 1-turn cooldown now. So next turn, assuming that Musashi does kill the Soul Eater here, which I think she does, next turn Waver gets his third skill back. That's also not only 20% attack buff at level 1, but also it gives 10% free party charge. So before Ina used Waver's first skill on Musashi, which gives 30% charge flat, no matter what level it's at, so it's actually quite good. I think Musashi had, what, like 57% or something like that? So ideally, what Ina should have done here was use Musashi's first skill, Fifth Form, and just that, and then go straight into Musashi's Brave Chain. Yeah, and then save Waver's first skill for next turn or whatever. Actually, now that I think about it, there's not really much of a reason to save it because Da Vinci already has her MP ready to go anyway, so it's not like she needs her first skill. And Waver's very far away from his own MP anyway, so actually, there's no problem with her using her Waver's first skill. Actually, now that I think about it, like there's no real reason to save it. But yeah, if either Waver himself was close to his own MP, or if Da Vinci was close to her own MP, ideally she should have held off on and been like, okay, let's see how much MP gain Musashi gets from her Brave Chain in tandem with the first skill, and then wait until next turn to use Waver's first skill. But her using it here, I guess it doesn't really matter at the end of the day, despite my 5-minute rant on why she shouldn't have used it. So yeah, she uses Musashi's first skill. She's already used Waver's first skill, and she goes with, let's see what her Musashi's chain here. Alright, so this is actually optimal, yes. I actually agree with this. this particular card chain setup. She goes Buster, Arts, Quick. If I can pause right where she uses it, right here. If she wants to be damage optimal, technically she would have to go Buster, Quick, Arts instead, because Arts has better attack damage scaling compared to Quick cards. However, her quick card here, Musashi's quick card here has 30% chance, and that's a decent amount of chance to crit. And so if it does crit, that means that obviously the quick card will do more damage versus an arts card that only has 10% chance to crit. And obviously that, it's only 10%. That's not really going to happen. So, yeah. And not only that, but remember that Musashi has her 5th form skill active, so that means that Musashi will be generating a ton of crit stars going into next turn. So I actually agree with this. Not only that, but Musashi's already very close to her MP anyway, so there's not really much of a reason using Musashi's arts card as anchor either. If Musashi, for example, are still like, I don't know, 40% away from her MP, then yeah, obviously she would prefer using her arts as anchor, but no, this is optimal here. Buster to lead off, Arts because she doesn't need that much MP charge, and then Quick to finish off, or Quick as anchor. And of course, extra attack. This is a Brave chain, so she gets an extra attack. So yeah, there you go. I believe she also crit with her Buster card. If I heard that correctly, because I think I heard the sound effect of a crit there at some point. I think it was a Buster, right? Yep, Buster. And that had a 20% chance to crit. So that was pretty lucky. She had a 1 in 5 chance to crit with her Buster card, and she did it. Boom. There you go. I think even if it didn't crit, I'm thinking she still would have killed. Actually, and it's debatable. It's actually debatable. I'm not sure. I'm actually not confident if Musashi would have been able to do like what 25k damage with her base Brave Chain without the help of Waivers' first skill, actually, or without the help of this Buster crit at the very least. So yeah, it turns out Waivers' first skill, Ina using Waivers' first skill on Musashi, was actually the right play because it guarantees the kill on the Soul Eater. So actually, good job on Ina's part. But yeah, she did get very lucky with the Buster crit, but I mean, hey, it happened. So there you go. Do you think it would have been much better if Ina already set up Gilgamesh and Musashi and the first 3, unlike her current team set? I mean, yeah, obviously, but we're just judging her gameplay with what she's decided to bring in. So. All right, so this is the final boss of this particular node. See what she does here. So she uses Da Vinci's first skill, good, because Da Vinci is pretty low HP, and she no longer has a true class advantage against assassins because now this dude is a saber. So she'll be taking normal damage now.
Yeah. No? Or all right.
Plus the MP damage buff from her first skill does apply because now because Da Vinci does have her MP, so she can use that if she needs to, if she feels like she needs to. It's been so long, yeah, she hasn't touched FGO in God knows how long. So yeah, there's the Pierce Invul effect that Musashi has. That would have been nice for the Soul Eater, but she didn't have Musashi back then, so. Alright, let's take a look at her decision making here. So let's see what she decided to do here. Might be back and below too much. Okay, so she has Musashi's MP. She also has Da Vinci's MP. She mainly uses Da Vinci's first skill just mainly defensively because again she realizes that Da Vinci is at kind of low HP, and so she gives her the guts to keep her alive at least for another turn, if in case like she gets like crit twice in a row by this Enforcement Knight is its name, even though the name is in question marks. That's what they're called, Enforcement Knights. We'll just call them Knights for short. So yeah, Da Vinci's first skill use is mainly defensive. Obviously, she uses Waivers' attack buff, to buff Musashi, and so the plan is she wants to use Musashi's NP here, because Musashi has a single target MP, whereas Da Vinci has an AoE MP. AoE MPs have worse damage scaling compared to single targets. That's because obviously AoE was what it sounds like, deals damage to everybody on the field. However, there's only one enemy on the field, so single targets are much better here. So that's why she wants to buff Musashi in particular, because Musashi has a single target MP, and she'll be more efficient in terms of damage dealing, or in terms of DPS here versus Da Vinci. And so she uses, I believe, Da Vinci's first skill, like I said, defensively, Waver's attack buff, and then Musashi's second skill, which is a Pierce Invul effect and Buster buff, both for only one turn. And it's very lucky that her Musashi's card here is fully loaded on crits. It's a guaranteed crit. So this is perfect for Musashi. What would have made it better if we had another Musashi card here so that she can do a Brave Chain. But you know, we'll take what we can get. So she uses Waver's attack buff here. She's checking Musashi's third skill here, which gives her an invul, and I believe it removes her debuffs. I believe removes her debuff. It might also give her some stars. I didn't read the description quickly enough. So yeah, there you go. Uses her second skill, Pierce Invul and Buster buff. She's using it mainly for the Buster buff, obviously, because this dude doesn't have invul or evade, so the Pierce Invul effect isn't gonna really do much. And what does she do here? Musashi MP, I believe she goes Waver and Musashi, yeah, like this. It's for the Buster Chain. Alright. So, I think this is the right play. Yeah, this should be the right play. Buster Chain for optimal damage. And she puts Musashi Buster card Anchor for the highest damage scaling. She already has Waver's crit buff from his first skill on Musashi still, because it's for 3 turns, so it's going to do a lot of crit damage. Even if it's only, what, like 30% extra crit damage? Yeah, it's still going to be a whole lot. Yeah. This should do a lot of damage.
Yeah, I guess I have guild too. I forgot.
Her moves were actually good for most damage. I mean, this turn, yes. Yes. And this is Musashi's original MP form. Yeah, so it did a shit ton of damage there. Alright, so yeah, that's why she used that's why Ina used Da Vinci's first skill, because that guts brought Da Vinci back even though she died. And then yeah, because of the last enemy, she just blasts his ass with Da Vinci's MP, and this should be the end. And yeah, that should be more than enough, because she has Waver's attack buff and then her own MP damage buff, which is for both of which are for 3 turns.
We're fine. We're alive.
And yeah, there you go. So, overall assessment of Ina's FGO skill, if you want to call it that. Her play is indicative of the average FGO player. Like she makes some very classic mistakes, like starting off like putting solo Buster cards as anchor, which like generally you don't really want to do. That being said, she has an idea of what she's doing. Yeah, she clearly understands like some mechanics and like some things that she's doing. Yeah, especially when it comes to Buster cards. I wonder why that is, chat. But yeah, like this is about as much as I expected. It's actually kind of higher than like Ina has exceeded my expectations, because at the end of the day, she only let Kiyohime die, and that's understandable because Kiyohime is a berserker and kind of expect berserkers to die really fast, because that's just kind of how they are in this game. So yeah, Ina actually did better than what I was expecting. Not by much, but like I'm glad to see that she remembers at least some stuff from back in the day when she used to play FGO, you know, more frequently. She did do a second battle after this that I'll also be analyzing, but I think for now this video's gone for this video's gone on for long enough, so I will just end it here. But yeah, I'm glad that Ina's playing FGO again. Again, it's the first time I'm seeing Ina actually play FGO in person, and you know, being a fellow whale myself, I was again interested in seeing how much of FGO she actually knows, which, to be blunt, isn't a lot, but you know, I can't really fault her alone for it because almost nobody who plays this game knows what the fuck they're doing with this game. So yeah. That's all I gotta say. So, it was fun watching Ina play, and yeah, we got our next, we got like a second quest, the second part of the first quest of Camelot that she also played, and we can go over that too, but we'll do that for later. Anyways, thanks for watching, chat, and thanks for watching YouTube. We'll see you guys in tomorrow's video. Peace. Alright, chat. Y'all still here? Hope you guys enjoyed that. Ina gameplay review, and like 446, like 30 or something. I don't know. 446, 35. I'm gonna have to find where unfortunately I didn't put down like the start time on my stream counter to show where I actually started, but she played quite well. Yeah, with the exception of some obvious like glaring like suboptimal shit. Yeah, no, overall she still played pretty well. She plays better than like the average like anime expo goer, at least. Because I've seen some people on like the FGO stage that they had in like, you know, Anime Expo and other conventions in North America. Like, I've seen some dumb shit that people have done before. Like, at the very least, Ina knew not to lead off with quick cards. At the very least. Though, to be fair, if she's played JP at any point recently, like, maybe she doesn't know that NA doesn't have Brave Chains yet. And so maybe she tried to start leading off with quick cards just because. But, honestly, I'm not even sure if she even knows what Brave Chains even are. Like, there's a good chance that she doesn't even know what they are. Like, actually, not Brave Chains, Mighty Chains. I meant to say Mighty Chains. Forgot the name. But, yeah. There's a good chance that she doesn't even know what Mighty Chains even are. It's like, Mighty Chains? What are those? Imagine if NA hadn't gotten the back button. We would have gotten the back button at some point. I mean, JP got the back button like 3 years into the game or some shit. Thankfully for NA, we got it a whole year, like over a year sooner. So thank fuck, at least. Mighty Chain, what? Yeah, exactly. Too bad it doesn't look like they're gonna give that to us early. Maybe they will. Who knows? Ouch. No, I fell asleep. But yeah, I think the next video, the next Ina gameplay review, I'm going to record off stream. I just want to do this on stream just because I was already streaming, so yeah. And hopefully Ina does more FGO streams, and hopefully longer than just an hour, but I guess we'll see. But anyways, chat. Anyways, I assume y'all know what time it is. But it is time for me to end the stream, because I've been going on for long enough, I think. So yeah, shorter stream today. Still almost a 5-hour stream though. So Though we can't have chat's color commentary. True, actually, true. But I think I'll stick with the off stream, the offline recording for Ina's second gameplay. So, yeah. Sad, yeah. If Ina does more streams, then we can do more Ina FGO gameplay reviews. Chat's still alive on Twitch. I mean, it is kind of late, and most people don't watch me on YouTube anymore. Once upon a time, it used to be that way, but not so much these days. Anyways, let me see if there's anybody that I can raid real quick. Hopefully there's somebody. Oh, I haven't raided Mr. Slice in a while. Let's go. I'll send you guys over to him. I'm sure you guys. I'm sure some of you guys know who he is. Was a good listen. And, hey, thanks for hanging out, Windier. Greatly appreciated. And yeah, hopefully you learned a thing or two there. Cause yeah, like even though this is gonna sound like I'm flexing, I'm really not. I'm just stating this as a matter of fact. I'm one of the best people to learn how to like actually play FGO from. Because I'm one of the fucking idiots who decided it was worth his time to learn how the stupid game works. So. But yeah, if you have any FGO questions and you catch me online, like, feel free to ask any. If you feel the need to, anyway. Maybe you already know a lot of this stuff. But, yeah. Appreciate you hanging out, though. Anyways, chat, that'll be it for me. Thanks for hanging out. Make sure to follow if you guys are new here. Appreciate you guys coming back and chilling with us again. But, yeah, I'm outie. Go say hi to Mr. Slice for me. So I'm out of here. Thanks for watching, guys. Peace.